Good morning. Sorry for the technical delay, but now we're all up and running. I'm Felicia Marcus, Chair of the Board, and today is Tuesday, April 4th at 9:09 a.m. The meeting's called to order. With me are Vice Chair Stephen Moore. That feels good to say, Vice Chair Stephen Moore. To my left and to his left, Board Member Didi Diadamo and Board Member Tam Dodek will be joining us shortly. Mr. Howard, will you introduce the staff assisting us today?
Thank you. To my right, Eric Oppenheimer and John Bishop, Chief Deputies. To my left, Michael Lawford, Chief Counsel, and assisting the board today are Janine Townsend and Courtney Tyler.
Thank you very much. Emergency evacuation procedure. For those of you not familiar with this building, take a look around and find the exit nearest you. And if you hear an emergency sound, pick up your stuff and take your friends and proceed cautiously out of the building and down the stairs. If you need help, someone will assist you to a protected area. We gather near the corner of 10th and J. So if you want to wait with us, then you'll find out when the all clear is and we can come back together. The meeting is being webcast and recorded, so please speak in the microphone when you come up, but not so close that you get a static. And then finally, please turn off cell phones and other sound-making devices or silence them. Thusly. Just out of courtesy to everyone else. All right. And with that, we're on to the public forum where the board hears from anyone wishing to speak on a matter that is not pending before the board. We have two speakers today. First, we have Kevin Kelly from the Imperial Irrigation District. Good morning.
Morning, thank you.
Oh yeah, you're tall, so you have to pull it up a little bit.
Can you hear me?
You have kind of a soft voice, so just speak up a bit.
Thanks very much. I'm here to thank the State Board for its continuing role in this Salton Sea issue. I want to remind the board that we have submitted a request to your board. I've been here countless times in the last couple of years, and I know that your portfolio is packed with exigent issues. The difference with our issue is that it can no longer wait. Now, I know that everybody will tell you their issue can no longer wait. The difference with ours is that it's true. In 9 months, the mitigation water to the Salton Sea will go away. I don't think that the State Board, as you sit here today, can let that go unremarked on or without revisiting it. So in 2002, an order was issued by the State Water Board at the time. That time period comes to an end December 31st. I want to thank the State Board especially for the progress we've made to date between the administration and the stakeholders in the region, and that we're speaking a common language and we're dealing with the right time frame, which is 10 years. A 10-year plan will determine whether or not we need to be talking about 30 and 40 years. Because if we can't get it right in 10 years, we don't need to worry about the 30 and 40 years. The last thing I want to leave you with is that we've submitted to you, or we've suggested a pretty aggressive timeline. And the reason we've done that is because we're aware that you have so many issues. And if we don't act on Salton Sea this summer, our concern is that the rest of 2017 will get away from us. I've suggested in the past that the proper role for the State Water Board would be to serve as both a referee and a timekeeper. It's much more important that you act as a referee now going forward because time has run out. So in closing, we see the role of the State Board as being essential to instilling some confidence in what the administration proposes for the Salton Sea. We see it as indispensable, and I know that you do too. So, so thanks very much, and I hope that you act with alacrity on behalf of the environment.
Thank you, and the people. Thank you very much for your leadership in changing the nature of that discussion to one that is the art of the possible, and for bringing a lot of people together who were at war for many, many years. Together, hopefully, we'll be able to set something in place that we'll all feel a lot better about in the next few months. So thank you. Next, Libby Uremovic from Beaumont, about Beaumont.
Uremovic. On August 25th, 2016, the Santa Ana Regional Water Quality Control Board issued a directive to investigate Beaumont's sewer capacity that was never completed. Calculating the sewer capacity is not rocket science. 2 years ago, I called back to DC because I kept getting the runaround from the Santa Ana board, and I talked to a man called Greg Maines. He said, the best case scenario, the lowest you could go is like 88 gallons. He said, so for a community of 45,000 people, they would be at 3.96 million gallons daily. And the city only has a 4-point capacity. They are at capacity. However, the EPA won a lawsuit that says that capacity should be calculated at 1 million gallons per 10,000 people. Just in case there's a heavy flow or a heavy rain. There is no way Beaumont is not at capacity, over capacity right now, because the 88 gallons per person doesn't count commercial, industrial users. It just counts the citizens. They have to be at capacity. Tonight, the city of Beaumont is going to approve Albert Webb and Associates' $3 million contract for a final design on a $95 million wastewater plant expansion and salt mitigation. They were given an $800,000 contract in November for a preliminary design we've never seen. There's a financing step that they're skipping because the city has no money, no financing. They just don't. They are beyond bankrupt. You know, a quarter century ago, the city of Beaumont did a $12 million sewer upgrade and expansion for $6 million because they never closed down the original capacity as required by state law. It was this state board that required them to close it down. Webb cannot continue on with Beaumont unless that original problem is taken care of, or you're always going to have these spills and this problem. The original problem was never taken care of. Aside from the fact Beaumont has no money, they have to take care of that original problem. There is something wrong there. And if I can figure it out from a desk, these people that are paid $300, $400 an hour should be able to figure it out. Webb and Associates document says that sewer capacity for Beaumont is at 3.2 million gallons. It cannot possibly be at 3.2 because of the population. Simple as that. Simple as that. This has to be addressed. Beaumont is going to continue funneling the money out. They just are. Nobody understands it, except why else would they do it if they're not taking bribes? The state controller even wrote it in their report. They do not understand why these people are doing this, but they're doing it. Last night, the water board, the Beaumont Cherry Valley Water District, had a meeting to say they have no water. The 2004 adjudication has no provisions for what's going to happen after they drain the basin. And the city of Beaumont never produced recycled water. So now they just have this drained basin. And the lawyer tried to say that Party Homes has a special ability to get will serve letters, a special contract. No, they don't. There's no special world out there where the state can issue a will serve letter if there is no water. They are selling houses that have no water supply. That is a big, big deal. And somebody is going to be liable for these people that buy houses with a 30-year mortgage when they run out of water in a few years, or water is so expensive they can't pay it. This isn't like Carmel where they can pay a $500 water bill. These people they live in the desert because they're poor, let's face it. So that's it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. As you know, we've got, oh good, give it to Mr. Lawfer or Mr. Bishop. Both of them are working hard on the multiplicity of issues that you've raised, and there are some new ones here today as well. So terrific. Thank you. All right. Next, we'll consider adoption of the March 21st board meeting minutes. Do I have a motion?
Move approval.
I'm going to abstain. I was absent on one of the items.
Okay.
I will second.
Any other corrections?
No, not that I could see.
Good. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
You realize that I rely on you to spot things. It's bad because I know you will. All right. Uncontested item, we have 3. Items number 2, 3, and 4. Are those still uncontested? 2's moved, sorry, that's what it says. 3 and, oh, I see. It's there, but it says will be moved. I thought the whole thing had been redone. Okay. So we have items 3 and 6. Do I have a motion?
Move
And the only
adoption
thing I
of,
would point out is there is a change sheet on item number 6 and wanted to make sure that all the board members were aware of that.
Correct, yeah.
move adoption of items 3 and 6, and on 6 with the change sheet.
I'll second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that carries. And now we go to item number 2. Are we going to do them all together in a briefing? How do you want to do? Okay, let's start there then. Okay.
Yeah, I'd recommend we keep them separate at this point, just for
Okay.
the clarity of the record.
Okay. Great.
Good morning,
Hi.
Chair Marcus and board
Good morning.
members. My name is Kim Din, a staff engineer with the Division of Financial Assistance. Today, I would like to present to you the East Porterville Emergency Water Supply Project, Phase 2, and ask the board to adopt the proposed resolution to provide funding to the Department of Water Resources to implement the project. I'm going to cover most of the items listed here, except the outreach efforts, which will be presented by Geeta Kapai of the Office of Public Participation. East Porterville is an unincorporated and disadvantaged community in Tulare County. There are approximately 1,800 homes with a population of 7,800 people. The water supply is from private domestic wells, and many of these wells are shallow and varying from 20 to 100 feet below ground surface. Due to the severe drought condition in California, many of these wells have gone dry, and residents were left without adequate and safe drinking water since 2014. The community receives assistance from the State Water Board, the Department of Water Resources, and the County of Tulare in the form of bottled water and or household water tank program. The assistance provides an interim solution. It is expensive and not sustainable. Through the feasibility study that was conducted by the Department of Water Resources, the long-term water supply solution for the community is to consolidate with the City of Porterville's water system. The concept was widely accepted by the community at the public meeting held in June of 2016, as well as the state and local government agencies and non-governmental organizations. Due to the urgency of the project, this project is implemented in 2 phases. Phase 1 is to connecting homes on the household tank program, and phase 2 is connecting the remaining eligible homes to the city water system. Now, let's talk about what the State Water Board has done and continue doing to assist the East Porterville community. The State Water Board has funded $500,000 to the County of Tulare to equip the original well to help with the drought condition, and $3.4 million to the county for bottled water program, but this is for countywide, not just for East Porterville. And you can hear more about that, about the bottle program from the cleanup and abatement account later on.
Quickly, is the $500,000 for the well in East Porterville or
Just
linked
to
to it?
equip the well,
Okay,
part
good.
of it. The well was drilled by the Department of Water Resources, and the county received another $500,000 from USDA to help with the cost to equip the well and connect to the CD system. And the State Water Board also funded DWR $5 million in grant funding to conduct the planning for the project. And subject to the board's approval today, up to $35 million to the Department of Water Resources to implement the phase 2 of the project. Phase 1 construction was funded and implemented by the Department of Water Resources. The scope of phase 1 was to connect homes that were in the household tank program. Phase 1 completed on March 31st of 2017, and approximately 330 homes were connected to the city water system. The Department of Water Resources spent approximately $15 million on phase 1 to install most of the transmissions and distribution systems throughout the community. Phase 2 construction, the cost estimate for phase 2 is approximately $33.3 million to connect the remaining 770 eligible homes. Now I'm turning over to Geeta Kapai of the Office of Public Participation to present the outreach and success stories of the collaborative efforts between the state and local government agencies along with the non-governmental organizations.
Thank you, Kim. Chair Marcus and board members. The key to successful outreach is good collaboration. Early and continuous communication and consultation with the local NGOs like the Community Water Center and East Porterville for Water Justice paved the way to success. The Office of Public Participation brought the NGOs to the table early in the process and helped tailor the outreach approach and communication strategy. Outreach is a necessary component to implementation of the human right to water. For 8 months, my office dedicated 2 bilingual staff members, Marina Perez and Esther Tracy, to this project. They helped the community understand the project by creating documents in Spanish that explained the technical process of the project, helped them sign up for extraterritorial service agreements, and provided understandable information so the residents could make informed decisions. Monthly meetings were held mostly on Sundays. This entailed many 5-hour drives to East Porterville. This was truly a collaborative effort by folks from the Office of Public Participation, Division of Financial Assistance, and Division of Drinking Water, along with other agency and local partners. We held a very successful meeting back in June that brought out 300 community members to discuss the phases of the water supply project. We had done such a good job with 100% outreach that community members stood up and spoke about the benefits of the project and why their neighbors needed to sign up. They became informed advocates. On February 22nd, 2017, Water Board staff, along with DWR staff, held a public outreach meeting in order to get the last Phase 2 home owners to sign the consent forms for hookups. Sorry, which way? Got it, okay. Many residents, as you've heard, have had dry wells for over 3 years, and most are poor Spanish-speaking farm worker families. We learned that successful interagency government is possible. By collaborating with Department of Water Resources, county and city officials of Porterville and local EJ groups, we helped to facilitate the connection process to the Porterville water system. Staff assisted with sign-ups for the program, often at weekend meetings in the church parking lot. Consent forms and other outreach materials, as I mentioned, were translated to Spanish. Extensive outreach to community partners, and they became our advocates. The first hookup was in August of last year. Within 5 months of our extensive outreach, the first homes got water. Lessons learned. We learned a lot with this project. Department of Water Resources is good at engineering, project management, and media relations, but not necessarily at effective outreach and public participation. While we were not the lead agency, at the request of Jim Mon and Leslie Loudon, our office stepped in and took over. We expended considerable staff and expense to make this a success. We built trust by partnering with local EJ, community partners, NGOs, and local residents. We communicated early and often. We attended meetings at night and on many weekends, often in Spanish, with headsets for a handful of the English speakers. Not the norm, but necessary for this community. Oops. There are many other East Portervilles out there. The Community Water Center says 300. This is very staff intensive. We in the Office of Public Participation cannot sustain this type of involvement without more staff. Bilingual staffing is critical. While bottled water is not a sustainable solution, consolidations take time and willing partners. Since the county has expertise and local knowledge, if they were to have taken the lead to carry out the project, costs would significantly have been lowered. Thank you.
Thank you, Gita.
Thanks, Ruwer. Sorry.
This table summarizes the number of eligible properties that can be connected to the city's water system at no cost as of March 24, 2017. Of the 1,100 properties, eligible properties, about 790 property owners expressed interested in connecting to the city's water system. So far, 710 properties are committed. Approximately 330 properties were connected as a result of phase 1. I also want to bring to the board's attention that this project is built with the assumption that all properties will be connected to the city water system. However, as you can see, there are about 300 property owners chose not to be connected at this time. If in the later years the property owners change their mind, they will have to work with the city and pay for all the applicable connection fees that the city is entitled to.
Yes, that's obviously a difficult dynamic in all of this, you know, in terms of the cost, the effort, and then the important element of choice for our Californians to choose to participate. If you could go back to that last slide. The connected is 330 in phase 1, but the committed is 305. So can you explain how that works?
Some of the homes that are connected as a result of phase 1 were recently reported out of water. So the wells, originally those homes were in phase 2. But for the last couple of months, there were approximately like 16 homes reported of dry wells. And the Department of Water Resources decided to hook them up since, you know, we have the contractors out there and the city has the capacity, and that's why the number is different. Thank you.
Is there a, I know you guys have done many rounds of outreach. Is there a plan for getting to that last 300? With the community groups, obviously, community groups knocking on their neighbors' doors are going to be the most effective. But
the last public outreach was late last month, and the last sign up to be connected was on March 31st. However, the last outreach was done by Community Water Center. There was not a lot of people participating in that last outreach meeting. And the sign up was only 30 people sign up on Friday of last week.
Oh, so you had some.
Yes, we had some, but not a whole lot. We were kind of disappointed a little bit. We wanted more, but that's all we can do at this point. The reason we had the last day because of the cost. based on phase one, there were a lot of change orders because we couldn't have the right numbers. And this one, we just want to make sure, and the people know there are no cost connections, and we've done outreach every month. Community Water Center was out there every month since like almost a year to let the word out that this is for free. Nobody has to pay for anything, but we still did not get a whole lot.
Do you think, I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, but because we've talked about it a fair amount, I know there's some percentage of people who just want to take their chances with their wells off into the future and not be connected to the system, which is not completely unusual. But so I'm trying to figure out how to estimate it. It seems like you're going to end up with nearly 800 of them, which is a pretty darn good batting average. But it's just unfortunate not to get everybody. Not your fault, but not unfortunate.
So, Chair Marcus, this is James Mon from the Division of Financial Assistance. Yes, I think what we felt is that everyone was educated. There were really good reasons. Some of the people put in new wells during the drought, spent the money. Obviously, it isn't cost effective for them to connect up since they do have clean water. What we encouraged is that everyone get their water tested, and we funded that to make sure that they would have the ability to make an informed choice. But there are some people that just don't like government, and they're not going to hook up. So I think the NGOs out there, we felt that Department of Water Resources, we gave everyone the opportunity to connect.
Good, thanks. I just wanted to put it in context.
I appreciate it. I think it's worth talking about. Honestly, this is, like I said, I characterize as a difficult dynamic because I think we all have to think critically about this. Where is the human right to water and with the human choice to have clean water? If folks are going to exercise their individual rights and choice, there is a point where their rights to government-funded, and people-funded efforts like this, which are extraordinary, and I'll talk about the numbers a little more, there's a tipping point where you cede your rights. So, thank you.
Right.
Well, I'll just jump in here. I really am planning on raising this more on item 5, but what I'm interested in exploring is what can we do to use, and I recognize a lot of this funding is limited and it's just going to run out anyway, but hopefully we'll get another source at another time, and hopefully the legislature will be working on these issues. But I'm sort of I'm at the point where I just have a certain level of discomfort when we're providing funding to a county that, and I know there are representatives here from the county that I've worked closely with, and they've been, really struggling with how to deal with this issue as well. But there are probably some things that the county could have done, when approving building permits and that sort of thing. And so these are things that, not today, but I'd like for us to start thinking about, in the event that we do get another source of funds, should we have some strings attached to change in policies at the county level, so at least to prevent this sort of thing from happening in the future.
Yeah,
Thank you. And this is the projected schedule. As you can see, phase 1 completed on March 31st. Phase 2 anticipate to begin summer of this year. And all home connections will be completed by December of 2017. And the construction for the whole project is anticipated for summer of 2018. In conclusion, the 2016-2017 intended use plan authorizes the Deputy Director of Division of Financial Assistance to provide grant or principal forgiveness up to $20 million for construction projects. However, this project is estimated at $33.3 million. Therefore, staff recommends the board to adopt the proposed resolution to authorize the Deputy Director of the Division of Financial Assistance to execute an agreement with the Department of Water Resources in the amount not to exceed $35 million to implement the phase 2 of the construction project. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Marcus and board members, for your time and consideration on this matter. I can address any more questions that you may have at this time.
Terrific. Thank you for your hard work and the whole team. We have one speaker, potentially. Are there other questions or comments on this one? Ms. England, you're up for all three of these whenever you choose. Thanks for coming up.
Denise England, Water Resources Program Director for the County of Tulare. Just want to thank the board and your staff for supporting both DWR and the county and the residents in East Porterville throughout this project. It was not fast enough for some, but it was lightning fast for four bureaucratic agencies. Both the state, the county, the city of Porterville, and the feds all came together and worked on this together. So it was lightning fast for that group of folks to move through. As you said, you can build a water system, but you can't force folks to connect. And we are exploring ways to get more cooperation and more connection and making sure that those that are most vulnerable, those renters, are not being taken advantage of, and figuring out how to get through those issues. But again, thank you for your support. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer those as well.
Perfect. Thanks. All right. Any other comments or a motion?
Yeah. Oh, thanks. I think I just want to thank staff. It's a tremendous effort you've made, and I want to thank the community and the county and everyone and DWR for coming together to solve a really significant issue in our state. It really garnered worldwide attention, frankly, and it required a thoughtful, careful, and effective response, and I think you all can take a lot of credit for that. I want to point out, when we're making these type of decisions, and from my perspective, I'm uncomfortable a little bit with the amounts, the 35 million, going beyond Prop 1's 20 million amount, without being a little circumspect about the decision. I want to point out that when you look at a cost per connection, in phase 1, it was about $45,000 per connection. Phase 2, $43,000. Okay, when you get hooked up in a city, the connection's more like $5,000-$10,000. And so the cost per connection is significant to solve a very important thing to work on, which is the human right to water. And as you pointed out, there's 300 other East Portervilles. And if you assume about 200,000 people, which is a number, I think 220,000, we saw that as a possible population estimate of folks that are not, their right to clean water is not being met in our state, if that's roughly right. And you multiply that by $45,000 per connection, you get a number of $8.6 billion. And that's just for a couple 100,000, but important individuals that deserve clean water. So the costs are potentially very staggering and disproportionate in some ways. So my questions get,
go ahead.
not insurmountable, but I'll wrap up with I think we need to see an integrated water management vision for addressing disadvantaged communities' right to water. There needs to be not just a per connection estimate, that's a benchmark to consider, but we have to look at how water is managed in these basins. And that's where SGMA is going to play an important role coming up. But I'm going to be looking very critically at proposals for groundwater management in the coming months with these type of numbers in mind. Are we addressing in a holistic manner watershed management, groundwater management, and the human right to water, and the basin-wide actions that are necessary in the long run to solve the problem? So I think it's worth spending a little time thinking about those things.
Yeah, and I think people are. So I would, and it's not just one thing, because there are plenty of people who are hooked up to water, but it's crappy water. So it sort of depends. I don't think anybody's thinking about replicating East Porterville everywhere, but there you just had such a concentration in a rectangle cut out of a community that it was obvious that the right answer was to do that kind of connection. But I think you're right that we need to have, it's a coordinated menu of approaches, and it's going to take a coordinated set of players and a lot of different tools. And folks on staff are really thinking about it, but we can coordinate the strategy and articulate it better. So I bet a lot of folks are thinking about it. All right. Do I have a motion? Did I already have one? I don't remember now. Okay. Second?
Second.
Great. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. It carries. Now, I apologize. We took item 3 as uncontested, but I have a card on item 3. But I don't know if it's just if needed. Ms. Atkins. Okay. Okay, great. But I have your comment, and I'll make sure it gets taken. Okay, perfect. Just want to make sure I didn't make a mistake there. All right, item number 4. Are we going to do 4 and 5 together because the PowerPoint says so? Or do you want them you want them separately? They'll be presented, but we'll vote on them separately.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Just keep me honest, Mr. Loffer.
We're good.
Okay. For 5, has this separate. Okay. And I don't, oh, I can give you this one. And make sure the comment goes to the team. Thanks.
Good morning, board members. Chair Marcus, my name is Damon Badell. I manage the cleanup and abatement account in the Division of Financial Assistance. Here with me today, to my left, is Deputy Director of Division of Financial Assistance, Leslie Loudon, and to her left is CAA Counsel, Stephen Westoff. And also in attendance today, we have the county representatives, as well as Susan Atkins from Self-Help Enterprises, here to answer any questions that you may have during the presentation or after. Before I discuss items number 4 and 5 on the agenda today, I wanted to give you a quick look at the emergency funding that has gone into Tulare County. This, however, keep in mind, does not include the household and small water system drought assistance program that we're administering, because that's a statewide program, not necessarily a county-specific program. So we didn't really include those numbers in here.
You can't break it out.
I mean, we could, but I mean, we just didn't have, to be honest, in the short notice, we didn't really have time to look at it.
It's just my bias, as you know, is even if you're going to do a report on a part of this, this gets to what Board Member Moore is saying. We talk about a piece of what is a much larger set of efforts, and I think it can confuse people, or it's not as helpful to see where it fits in. Not a critique. You tried and responded to me last time I asked this question, and I know you didn't have a lot of time for this one, but in the future, always set the context and then talk about the piece that you're going to talk about.
Sure.
I really appreciate that.
So just tagging on to what you just said, so there are other funding programs like Prop 1, long-term solutions that we are implementing other than just emergency projects. So this is not the complete picture, as you mentioned. So altogether, so far we've committed about over $9 million in emergency funding to the county to about 40 projects. As you can see from the bar chart, majority of that funding went to bottled water projects. And second biggest contribution was to drilling wells and rehabilitation of wells.
And that plays into the questions too, the bigger picture, in terms of when these wells are drilled, what's the lifespan of this infrastructure? And I know it varies widely, I'm sure, but hopefully we're really looking at that critically in terms of, a Sigma type perspective on what water levels are sustainably in that area where those wells get built. I just hope that we're looking at that very critically.
So just moving on to item number 4 on the agenda, Tulare County is requesting an additional $252,000 in drought emergency funding for approximately 24 months of bottled water to the residents of Seville, or until the first phase of their long-term solution is implemented. Previously, we've approved $520,000 in emergency funding for repairing leaks in the water system, replacement of a tank, providing bottled water, and drilling of a new water supply well. The reason this item is, we're bringing this item to the board is because previously approved funding in combination with the requested funding exceeds the DFA Deputy Director's authority to approve or deny projects of not more than $500,000. And just a little bit about the system. So after the owner of the Seville water system passed away, the county took over as a court-appointed receiver in 2009. The community has a median household income of around $33,000, which makes them a severely disadvantaged community. There are about 77 service connections and approximately 400 residents. And the water system itself consists of 2 wells, one which is active, the other one went dry in 2014. There's a small tank, booster pumps, and a distribution system. So a little bit about the issues in the system. The old well, which was well number 1, when it was operational, it had high nitrate levels. As a result, the community was receiving bottled water from the state. But in 2014, as I mentioned, that well went dry. By the fall of 2014, we funded a replacement well in the community, which was funded by our Public Water System Drought Emergency Response Program. And the water quality in the well, once it was operational, met safe drinking water standards. So any bottled water funding to the community was terminated at that time. But after a year of operation of that well, the well began experiencing low water production as a result of the drought, and caused intermittent water outages and loss of pressure in the system, especially during peak demands. The low water production was a result of several factors, not just the drought, but high water demand as well as leaks in the distribution system. The leaks and the loss of pressure put the system at risk for bacteriological contamination. So as a result, the county issued a boiled water advisory in 2015, which is still currently in place. And bottled water to the community at that time was reinitiated with a condition that the county implement some sort of a mandatory water conservation program for the community. And that program has been in place since December of 2015. However, the community does not have meters currently, so it's really hard to enforce that program. But the county is doing what they can, writing citations when they can. So, and so the county's existing bottled water funding that they have, it'll be exhausted by the end of this month. So funding for the project is very crucial, at least until the first phase is completed. And the first phase of the long-term solution consists of replacing the distribution system, installing individual meters, and a larger storage tank if the budget allows. On January 4th of this year, the board has already approved $5 million for that first phase, which is expected to open bids in October of this year and has an estimated completion date of September 2018. The second phase will consolidate the Seville water system with the neighboring community of Yedem, and implementation of the second phase is actually several years away. And that concludes my presentation for Seville. Staff's recommendation is to approve the requested funding.
So just so I understand it, because it's bottled water for 22 years or until the first phase of the long term. So the idea is that replacement of the leaky distribution system, which makes sense, coupled with meters will yield enough water to get them through until we can consolidate them with what I'm assuming Yedem just has a much more reliable water source.
They do, and as part of the consolidation, there'll also be a new well in Yedem as well, so that'll, add more redundancy to their system. So, I mean, with that, we can move on to item number 5.
Great, yeah. Present them both, and then we'll come back and talk about them separately.
Okay. Tulare County is requesting an additional $2 million in CAA drought emergency funding for continued bottled water deliveries to qualified households enrolled in the Countywide bottled water program. And funding under this, the funding request exceeds the DFA Deputy Director's authority, which is also the reason why we're bringing this to the board. The Countywide Bottled Water Program was first established in July of 2014 with a $500,000 grant to provide bottled water to disadvantaged households that have contamination in their private well. And at the time, staff developed this map here, which outlines the boundary within which majority of the contamination was located. So if someone's house was within that boundary, they would be eligible to receive bottled water under the program once they submitted an application to the county along with the income self-certification that met the disadvantage criteria. Once the governor issued the drought proclamation in 2014 and emergency drought funds became available, the program received additional funding and was expanded to include disadvantaged households with dry wells. Since then, the number of households enrolled in the program and the funding necessary to meet demands have steadily increased.
Go back to that for a minute. I can't, what's the blue and what's the red?
So the blue is the nitrate contamination and the red is arsenic.
All right, so that's a contamination map.
Right.
Okay.
And I'll just add, sorry, Chair Marcus, members of the board, this is Steve Westhoff. I'll add that at that time, this was not the limitation on contamination funding. If contamination was proved through other means, residents were also eligible for contamination funds.
So in this area, you've got a combination of dry wells and contaminated wells, and some folks that are concentrated and other folks that are spread out. These are the kinds of issues we are going to have to, there are a whole series of public policy calls, certainly at the state level, let alone at the county level, because we're not going to be able to give bottled water to anybody anywhere forever. So at some point, there's the issue of the emergency of the drought, and then there's the issue of just there not being enough water where someone lives or someone else drawing it down for their use, and that's part of what Sigma's about, trying to balance. So we have some tough decisions ahead of us, but for now we're still in the emergency. Okay.
So the program started out with, as I mentioned, a $500,000 grant and about 400 households enrolled. You see in the second to the last column from the right. Since then, every year, the State Water Board has approved additional funds due to the increased participation and cost to implement the program. In total, nearly $3.5 million have been awarded for the program to date. As of March 2nd, 2017, there were over 1,700 households enrolled in the program, but the county is continuing to coordinate with local OES and self-help enterprises to terminate bottled water for residents that have implemented a permanent solution. So this number is constantly fluctuating. Based on the most recent data from the county, about 46% of those enrolled are owner-occupied homes, and the remaining 54% are tenant-occupied homes. And also 26% of enrollees have a documented dry well, whereas 74% are presumed to have some sort of contamination. Over the last few years, the county has administered the program. They continue to receive new applications at a rate of about 10 to 20 per week. The cost to implement the program is about $150,000 per month. And the county expects the remaining funds to be exhausted by the end of this month or early next month. And due to the fact that the program has become increasingly expensive and very resource intensive, the County Board of Supervisors approved some changes to the program on February 28th. So I will highlight some of those changes. One of the changes is that bottled water deliveries will be capped at 50 gallons per household per month, and it will be based on a tiered criteria. Whereas if there's one occupant in the home, they'll receive a maximum of 20 gallons per month. 2 occupants will receive a maximum of 30 gallons per month, and 3 or more will receive 50 gallons per month. Contingent upon the board's approval of the funding request, the county will also authorize the use of 5-gallon bottles instead of the 1-gallon bottles, which is estimated to save about 30% annually in costs.
That's great. And plastic, while we're at it.
And new enrollment in the program will not be permitted in the future. And only owner-occupied households will be eligible for bottled water.
Wait, why?
Because it's too expensive from the county's perspective. Because if they included the tenants as part of this program, going forward, they would need a lot more money to sustain the amount of demand that they've had.
There is an argument that the landlord should be responsible for providing water to their tenants. So that's got to be the rationale.
And that is a huge part of the rationale.
But hopefully there's some enforcement action taking place at the county level. But Ms. England can tell us.
That's actually why I asked for this item to be pulled.
Oh.
Yeah, I know that the county has struggled with this, and maybe during comment, Ms. England and others, can come up here and we can talk about it. But it's my understanding that the concern is that if this issue is forced on the landlords, that they may just evict the tenants, and then the tenants end up with no home and no water. So there's not, an easy solution to this issue. But again, like on the other one, I'm just a little uncomfortable about us providing funding without somehow trying to drive change at the county level to deal with this. And this is a little difficult. It's not as easy as saying, enforce it, because it could end up, with an unintended consequence there.
Well, it's kind of a Hobson choice. So you might lose your apartment, but you're definitely not going to have any water. So it's not great. Okay.
And also the county is having all the existing enrollees reapply for the bottled water program under the new criteria by the end of April. And they've already sent out notices to all the enrollees, letting them know, if they're a tenant, that they need to reach out to their landlord, because they're ultimately responsible for providing bottled water or habitable conditions. And then also informing folks that the bottled water program could end at any time, and that folks need to start preparing for their long-term solutions. And this is just a map showing you kind of the spread of where all the enrollment has been. You'll see two big clusters there, one up north near the Rosie area, and then near the East Porterville area. And that's the end of my slide. If you have any questions.
No, thank you for that. I'm sure we will. And we have a number of speakers. Why don't we try and start with item number 4, Seville, and do any discussion about item number 4 and take a vote, and then we'll move to item number 5. Ms. England, did you want to talk about item number 4, the Seville item?
For your support of the community of Seville. And I just wanted to touch on really briefly what Mr. Moore was sort of alluding to, and that is when we are looking at this emergency funding, how that creates a path to the longer term solution. So for the case of Seville, as you know, they're currently receiving bottled water while a new distribution system was designed, and then it will be built. And then there's a second phase of that, which would bring on an additional water supply. But there's a further phase of that. You may have heard of the Northern Tulare County Surface Water Treatment Project, which would bring surface water to 7 communities, Seville and Yedem included, even in the longer term. So the state board has provided funding for a new governance structure. Those 7 communities, along with the county, are executing a JPA. Then they will move forward to look for funding to finish out the design of that system, and then ultimately deliver the water, build it, and deliver water to the community. So I just wanted to
Thank you. That's
let you know
helpful.
what was happening there.
That's definitely helpful. All right. Any other questions on Seville?
Move adoption of item 4.
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
That carries. Okay, back to item number 5 for questions, and we have 3 speakers. And here are the speakers. Okay, first will be Eric. I should know your name. You're the Deputy County Administrator, but I can't read your handwriting. So you're going to have to help me. Followed by Susan Atkins from Self-Help, followed by Kelsey Hinton from the Community Water Center.
My handwriting, I
that would have been my
apologize.
guess.
I started as a journalist. We're worse than doctors. You
That's
can't read
true.
anything.
That's true.
We have morphed this project. First, I want to thank the state. This has been a tremendous effort to try to address a lot of social problems. I understand what you're saying about some of the policy choices where people choose to build. A lot of this community of East Porterville, I might say, predates building permits. This communities that sprang up in an earlier time where these things were not really overseen as they would be in a modern urban setting. Today, for many years, we followed a strict policy. You can't get a building permit unless you could prove you have an adequate water supply and an adequate way to deal with your waste. So there are policies, procedures in place. We made a move to try to, when we implemented bottled water, to make a good faith effort to strictly police this. We didn't want to be the IRS and reach into people's personal lives anymore than we need to. We basically, do you live there? How many noses do you have living under that roof? Fine, you deserve water. You're disadvantaged. You're self-certified. We'll do that. That's how we worked with the phase one. That was the $3.5 million of water. Now we're looking at this a little more critically because we've said from day one for 2 years now, this is temporary relief. This could go away at any time, and you should be looking at a permanent solution. So now when we kind of went back with staff to kind of talk about how do we improve this, we decided that we would be more vigorous about qualifying people. We focused on the owner-occupied because a landlord does have a responsibility to have a safe home if they're going to commercialize it and charge rent. So we've always looked at the landlords as being responsible to provide water for their tenants. We made that noticing quite clear. So as we were watching the supply of funds dissipate, we wanted to extend this relief as long as possible while the efforts are to either transition them to consolidation or drilling new wells and all the progress that is being made. We also started to really go back and trust but verify on the status of the population, the size, that kind of thing. We've tried to make that as simple as possible. Show us a mortgage statement, show us a property tax statement. We're not asking anything more than we need to. We're not looking at citizenship or anything like that. Just where do you live? How many people are there? What's your economic situation? Are you an owner or a renter? At $150,000 a month, this has been a very, very fiscally intensive program. With the changes we implemented in February, we've cut that cost by about $50,000 a month. So it's about $100,000 a month. The dynamics of the caseload is changing. At March 2nd, we did have just under 1,800. Now we have about 1,400. We, in anticipation of, we didn't want to wait for a funding decision. If you continue the program, we wanted to be able to roll over and have people qualified under the new guidelines. And we also wanted to do a notification if for some reason funding was not forthcoming. We wanted to remind people, you need to be planning for the next stage, whatever that is. So we, at the county level, did quite a bit of outreach, mailed, media, door knocking, that kind of thing. Everybody had those notices, the bilingual, bicolored notices sent to them through the mail, also with their bottled water deliveries. We we are looking at the, you are right, it's a Hobson's choice, because if a code enforcement officer goes into many of these homes, which have decades of neglect, those homes, we can't unsee something. Those homes are probably going to be red tagged. They're probably not going to be economically feasible to bring in the code. So we don't ignore anything. If a trained inspector goes out and sees something that's unsafe, I'm sorry, you've got to leave the home. We can't.
Yeah, it's the same problem we have when we're trying, in the places where we're trying to do point of use devices, because
Yes.
you've got to have some plumber come in, you've got to have a permit, and some people don't want people to come in and see their homes for that reason.
Right. So people have been generally cooperative. We wanted to reduce to make sure somebody got some water in each home rather than no water. our record, we have one household with 16 occupants, you know. So anyway, we're trying to make people more accountable, um, make them more responsive, make them start thinking about what can they do to better their situation. And these are the solutions we came up with to be able to extend this. Like Seville, and thank you very much for the help there. That's going to transition. We've made great strides with the Seville system, and that will be a reliable water system shortly. And then it will have redundancy with Yedem, and then redundancy again, as Denise says, with the seven community project. So that will take a big caseload off. East Porterville, that caseload is dropping
That'll be another one.
dramatically.
Yeah.
Some of these people, they're not going to be able to consolidate. We are trying, as we contact them, as they reapply, it's another chance to continue the ongoing dialogue. There's funding available. We've worked through self-help. You've helped them quite a bit so that they could drill a well or look at some of these other solutions. So we're just trying to push the envelope in as many ways as possible.
I have some questions about the owner-occupied tenant situation. So first of all, I really appreciate, the county being creative and trying to figure out a way to bring down the cost. But that one area, again, gives me some discomfort, although I understand your thinking on it. So just want to have a discussion here. First of all, on the notice that gets sent out, it gets sent out in Spanish as well.
Yes.
Okay.
It's
So,
one-sided, two-sided bilingual.
okay. And it says here, tenants living in rental properties must contact the landlord. It is the property owner's responsibility to provide drinking water. So what concerns me with this is that, of course, it could lead to them, losing their lease. But if you have a tenant that wants to assert their rights, I suspect a lot of these folks don't really understand what their rights are. So what all is the county doing, maybe self-help and community water center and others, to make sure that tenants are aware of what they could do to assert their rights other than just simply contacting their landlord?
I think there's some other representatives from nonprofits here and community organizations. I can tell you that there's been quite an quite an ad hoc partnership with government, state, federal, and then the local, but then also with community stakeholders, if you will, the churches, the nonprofits, the local groups. And we've all, through our county drought task force, tried to have kind of a unified message. There's very limited alternatives for housing through the housing authority, but we that's always a resource. There's been relocation funds. The problem is the housing is in such short supply, they don't have any place to send them. But we have, there's been community advocates talking to them. We don't just send a notary out and say, sign up for service with the city through an extraterritorial agreement. There's a process where we want that informed consent. Do they understand what's going on? And so there's been a lot of outreach in many different ways for a sustained period of time on that. I think we've tried to set up at least especially for speaking from an accounting perspective, a safe environment for people to call and ask any questions at any time, and we try to guide them to whatever resources we can. I don't want to speak for self-help, the Community Water Center, but there's been those and others, Porterville Coordinating Council, a lot of local aid groups that have helped with that. When we find a landlord, especially if it looks like an opportunistic landlord, we try to hold them accountable to the fullest extent. And so, but we also, you have to realize this is a community that's a little bit afraid of government. When the county shows up, and I'm sure DWR, the Office of Outreach, have seen this, when the officials come in, people disappear. So we use an ad hoc approach. We do it a lot of times with a community stakeholder, and then we bring in another responsible party to add to that conversation. So there is a lot of dialogue. I don't know how many specifics I could give you, but I can assure you that there's a lot of dialogue going on in that regard.
So without it resulting in a huge administrative, overhead problem, looking at the PowerPoint that's got the percentage tenant occupied, contamination versus dry well, we're looking at 54%. So that 54% will no longer be eligible.
Our Board of Supervisors had quite a discussion with staff about this, and they want the landlords and the property owners to step up. We were not satisfied, probably as you weren't, with the early response. The first year or so, a lot of people, oh, we've got all this free aid, and I don't know how vigorous people were about looking for their solutions. We've made it very clear, this is a temporary program. This could end at any time. There are other issues that this county is facing related to drought and other social issues. So the board did not want to create an unfair economic advantage by improperly assisting a landlord. If you're charging rent, you have a responsibility to your tenant to provide a fair service for that fee. You should have a habitable home. So we've made it clear, we'll come out there and we've had people call in code violations, and we go out and we inspect. The renters can call and we just say, hey, we were told there's a problem here, so we've come out to take a look at it. I don't think we're interested, and the board's been very clear, they're not interested in loaning money or doing something like that to landlords to provide the relief. The approach we're gearing up for is if we get somebody complains, hey, I'm a renter, they're not providing water, they will go to the next step, contact the landlord. If they don't respond, we're geared up for that inspection. And then there's going to be an unfortunate situation. They need to correct their situation, or that house is probably going to be red tagged.
Well, that's great, and hopefully it won't lead to, the renters losing a place to live, which, that may happen on occasion. But what I'm interested in is further dialogue on this. I'd like to see, through maybe a combination of the county, community, water center, self-help to look at this and maybe somehow survey what happens with these folks that are going to lose. Really what we have is a temporary solution, right? It's bottled water's temporary, but it's super temporary because it's only a certain period of time. If the landlord steps up through, a friendly reminder all the way to a forceful reminder or even enforcement, then we're looking at a longer-term temporary solution. And that can help, build a bridge in between now and whatever the ultimate, way to resolve this issue, whether it's through the legislature or, continued funding. So I'd really be interested in seeing what works to motivate landlords.
Oh, and unfortunately, we don't want to, that is a responsibility of government, is to be enforcement. If they do not make their corrections, we have a long track history of, we have to hold people accountable. It's not what we want to do, but it's our job. And that phase is going to be coming if people don't respond.
All right. So maybe when we close out, I'd like to direct staff to continue to work with the county. Maybe use this as sort of a pilot, since there's a lot going on there. Yeah. And report back on the landlord issue.
Yeah, the cost of bottled water compared to the rent you get seems like something that is the least a landlord ought to do. But we should find out what happens versus turning a...
Right now we're going through the application process where they reapply. And so we're getting, obviously you can imagine, dozens of applications daily. And we're going through that. It's another chance to make a personal connection with these people.
Thank you.
That's good.
This is Leslie Loudon. I just did want to mention that the county is, working to inform the landlords of the other programs that we have, like the household individual water program that self-help probably will talk about. So that is one of the things that we wanted to do with extending this funding, is make sure that people are aware of those long-term solutions. If they have contamination, if they can put in a point of use device or point of entry type thing. And, right now our funding to self-help is for drought, so it's for dry wells. But, we could look at something to deal with the contamination issues for those individual households that can't consolidate. So I think that, that's one of the things that the county has been working on too, is to notify and inform people of the other options that they have, because we really want to transition them to those long-term solutions.
Thanks. And for the next speaker, and I want to thank Mr. Coyne for what I thought was a comprehensive overview of the issues that you're managing and your efforts to make good faith adjustments as this hopefully transitions to more long-term solutions. I wanted to ask a question that was a little more sort of what a layperson maybe might ask, which is, with bottled water, I think we all have a reaction to bottled water in different ways, but, it's pretty expensive compared to tap water, for instance. And so what are we doing at our staff level, and the county can talk about this if you like, to ensure we're not overpaying for bottled water? Because there's a markup that, if you actually bottled tap water in a safe place, you might be able to really make it more affordable. And then he mentioned, $150,000 per month has gone down to $100,000 per month. And was that a factor in terms of the manufacture of the bottled water, or what were some other measures to cut costs?
I think, the county did mention that they're going to the 5-gallon bottles, so that was a big change to the program. When we started the program, we looked at, there were some people that just can't lift those 5-gallon. There are a lot of discussions that have gone on with the county over the years as the program developed, and so just finding people who can deliver the water to some of those remote places. The county maybe can address more of that, but I mean, they've been working so hard on all the different little pieces of this program, and looking at, we sat down with them many times to talk about ways that we could try to get people off of the bottled water. I mean, as far as bottling water, that's another whole regulatory program that public health regulates, as far as the quality of that, and the storage of it and all of those things. So there are just so many different components that they're dealing with on a countywide basis, but we've been meeting with them regularly, everybody brainstorming, trying to come up with ways, and mechanisms to find solutions for people.
Next speaker, Susan Atkins from Self-Help.
Good morning.
Great if you can get it.
Thank you for this opportunity. First of all, I'd like to commend the County of Tulare for all of their efforts to try in such a difficult situation. But as part of Self-Help Enterprises, we too are concerned about the tenants that will be left without safe drinking water, and would like to propose that a more permanent solution be imposed for those that have contaminant issues rather than dry wells, and that would be the installation of POU devices in those households so that they can have access to clean, safe drinking water. On the long term, the sustainability of that, the cost effectiveness of over bottled water for the long term is a much more cost-effective approach. We have the capacity to do that. We do that now with the water well program. Anytime a well comes up with contaminants, we are providing point of use devices in the home. One of the things I'd like to point out is that although I'm sure there are landlords out there that take advantage of the system, in these very low or disadvantaged communities, a number of those property owners are very low income themselves and don't have the resources to go in and make the necessary improvements that they would like probably to do, but they are providing a roof over another very low income family's head. that will not be in existence if these units end up being red tagged in the long term because of lack of safe water. We do have a tremendous housing shortage, affordable housing shortage, throughout California, but especially in the Valley as well, where we have an abundant number of low-income families. We are stuck in a rock and a hard place. What do you do? What comes first? What comes next? And I think we've all can witness, or say we've witnessed the increase in our homeless population over the last several years. Are we going to add to that? Or are we going to try to provide a sustainable solution to these problems? Point of use devices run around $450. That includes a meter, which will indicate when the filters need to be replaced. That would also include 1 year of replacement for filters. We suspect that the cost to install will probably be around equal to that. So around $800 to $1,000 to have a point of use device installed with 1 year change out in filters would be a good solution to the bottled water issue. Any questions?
No, thanks. We've talked a lot about it. I know the Drinking Water Division has a set of rules they've put out to make sure that those are maintained, but you do end up in that same what do you pay for do loop. But for us, I think the challenge, and this gets back to the Vice Chair's comment, is what's the menu of tools and how to apply them. I mean, I actually didn't know about phase 3, which is good to hear. I mean, it'd be good for us at another time to look at what are the array of, just to be brought up, even in briefings, what are the array of solutions that Tulare County in particular is working with our staff on? As you said, what are the menu of options? And obviously POU, point of use devices, are a piece of it. They're not perfect in all places. It's not a panacea, and who pays for it continues to be an issue, and what are the other options? But it's definitely one that's on the table that we've done a lot of pilot projects on. Is there anything you wanted to add on that, Leslie?
I just wanted to add, for the individual households, it's probably, is the solution that we have to look at. I mean, they're not regulated by us, and they're just, if we can connect them to a water system, we will. We look at that through the household program. But so far, we've only been dealing with the household program, through the dry wells, the people that didn't have water. And so we just started talking with self-help about potentially expanding that to doing testing of the water, and then the appropriate POU device, and self-help provides training so that people know when to change out the filter. And so the initial cost, is maybe $1,000, but then the filters aren't that expensive, to change it out. So that people, I think I don't know, Sue might know, but I think it's like $50 to change out the filter. So, most people could then afford that. And again, though, we have to work with the landlord, because like you say, you're making a change to the plumbing in the house. So you have to have access. You have to have somebody, willing to do that, for that program.
Ms. Hinton.
Kelsey Hinton with Community Water Center. Good to see all of you.
Nice to see you.
I too would like to start with just pointing out the great work that's been done. And it's really been a partnership among the county, and many of whom are in the room, as well as the State Water Board, DWR, all of the nonprofits on the ground, both Community Water Center, Self-Help, United Way, CSET, and even the smaller ones like churches and the local community-based organizations. It's really taken a whole village to get these temporary solutions in place. So just want to point that out, that $3.4 million took a lot of work, and it's been very effective and helpful in the short-term solution for these communities. So again, we just wanted to provide some thoughts on, clearly with over 1,700 households still on this program, the need is still there. Safe and clean water is not being provided for all of these residents for various reasons, drought, contamination, and it's important that while we are looking towards those long-term solutions, because we do agree that that is the way forward, you can't provide bottled water that's so expensive every month in perpetuity. You have to be looking at these long-term solutions. But as Chair Marcus pointed out, there's a lot to consider there, and there are a lot of very unique situations just within Tulare County alone. So it's going to take some time. So it's really important that we continue these programs such as the bottled water program for these residents so that in the meantime, they do have access to safe water, something that if we didn't have a program like this, they could be spending a significant portion of their own income on that these low-income households may already be struggling to meet a lot of their other expenses as well. So, and the other thing that we would like to point out is that we've seen so far that communications between Tulare County and residents, as well as communications among the county and these nonprofits on the ground, can be a really effective way to get information to the residents. And we would just like to see that continue, and even more so because as some questions have gotten brought up about how landlords know about this information, how tenants know that their landlords are responsible, what rights that they have. It's really important that you're coming in to those community spaces and providing the information on that. I think that the handout in English and Spanish sounds like it's a really good step, but I do know that we still have residents who will have questions on this because for one reason or another, they don't hear what's going on. So it's really important that we continue those communications efforts. And the last thing is we as well feel strongly that, with the need being 54% that these are tenant-occupied households throughout the county that need some source of safe drinking water for their homes, we need to make sure that our landlords are being held accountable. And it sounds like there are some good steps in place, but we would just urge the county and the board to continue making sure that that's really happening and that our renters are getting the resources that they need because like it's been pointed out, some landlords do either do take advantage, and that's important to stop, but also some landlords maybe just don't have the resources and the information that they need to get these programs in place. And, long-term solutions can't be implemented by the tenant, that has to be the landlord. So all this comes back to making sure that we have those safe drinking water sources for them in their homes. And yeah, but thank you.
Do you have any suggestions if we were to put this back on the agenda just for a report back as to how we could best determine progress on the landlord-tenant issue?
Yeah, that is a great question. I would definitely, first of all, of course, suggest checking in with the county officials and seeing how they're able to track that and seeing what's most realistic. But I guess it would be good to see, just based on this number, this 54%, how many of those households or those tenant-occupied residences since then have been able to reapply and get on the program. I think that would be a good indication that if they were able to reapply, or you are getting, or it sounds like you can't have new applicants now, which that's an issue in itself. But if they were reapplying and these were tenant-occupied households, I think that would be a good indication just how much of this percentage that we're able to meet that need moving forward.
Thank you very much for all your hard work. All right. Any other questions or comments?
Well, I'd like to move adoption, but direct staff to continue to work with the county and other stakeholders regarding the implementation of this in terms of the provision of bottled water, but also for those that would be cut off, and to figure out a way to best assess any progress that's being made on ensuring that the landlords actually take responsibility. So with that, move adoption.
Second?
That would be move with the change sheet.
Oh.
Right.
Yes.
Got all that?
Thanks.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, that carries. And then I would like a briefing, and others may too, on just the bigger picture of Tulare County, the stuff like phase 3, what else? Let's look at a map and see what, I get a feel for what's out there. That would be great. Thank you. I need to put it in the resolution, so. All right. I think we should, I know folks are waiting with bated breath for the next ones, but let's take a little break until 10:45, mid-morning bio break. All right. We are back. It is 10:51. Sorry for the delay. And we are on to item number 7.
Good morning, Chair Marcus and board members. I am Diane Riddle. I am one of the Assistant Deputy Directors for Water Rights for Bay Delta and Hearings. I have again a brief update for you on hydrology. We're continuing the wet trend of the winter into the spring. As you'll see from the Sierra 8 station precipitation index, we're almost at historic levels. We've got a storm coming this weekend on Friday and Saturday. I wouldn't be surprised if we end up at historic levels or very close to them before the end of the water year is out. You see a similar trend in the San Joaquin Valley.
Question,
Sure.
I'm so sorry, just in these terms of these charts. I mean, just like during, I want to say year 3 of the drought, we had to come up with a different measurement of runoff as opposed to just precipitation because it was so dry that it was sucking into the ground so that we didn't get the runoff that normally we would have gotten. When it comes to this precipitation chart, which is a combination of rain and snow, I suspect that the snow water content curve is going to end up being an important one just because if it gets hot and a bunch of it melts.
Yeah, we've got that one coming up next.
Precipitation at record. Oh, good. Precipitation could be record, but we may not end up with record snow reserves at the end of the season.
Yeah, I think the ground is
Debbie Downer. I want
yes.
to celebrate every milestone, but
I think the ground is pretty well saturated now with all of the storm events that we've had, standing water everywhere throughout the state. So you same kind of trend in the Tulare Basin, a little bit drier, but still very, very wet.
Right.
So on to the snow water content charts. These aren't quite at historic levels, but we're still seeing quite a bit of snow. And I heard that the storm this weekend should bring another 30 or so inches of snow. So we're going to be skiing into September, Labor Day, maybe. That would be nice, right? So the snowpack's looking good. I think, flood concerns may be very real if the snow all melts very quickly on top of the more precipitation events. So you see this play out in the percentage of the state still in drought. You still see some of Southern California experiencing drought circumstances. This looks pretty similar to what I showed you at the last update. It's a few days.
Unfortunate for that severe drought down at the bottom, Mr. Kelly has the most seniorado rights on the Colorado, so it doesn't have quite the impact.
So this is playing out in the reservoir storage levels as well. All storage in all of the reservoirs is looking really good for this time. I think there's some space that's been evacuated for the expected snowmelt runoff. Of course, we've got the situation at Oroville. I expect they're going to be making some decisions about how much storage to maintain in that reservoir while they repair the spillway there. We don't have any further details on that matter yet, but I'll report that to you when we hear on those issues. May affect water storage levels going into next year.
What's
it
the
isn't
issue with
wet.
Millerton?
I think that's it. It's flood control storage space.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I was going to actually ask about that. There's just a lot of talk all the time about the rule curve issue. Corps of Engineers rule curve, and I guess for non-Corps projects, I don't know much about it. I think that it would be helpful on a light day to have an information item on that. I know that there's been a push for a long time. Back in '97, I was involved in an effort on the Tuolumne to try and get the rule curve adjusted, and to no avail, because, the Corps jealously guards that flood control space. But of course, we have different conditions now. These are curves that were adopted back in the 50s, and there's all this science now on atmospheric rivers. So I just think rather than getting anecdotal information and picking up on it here and there, it'd be helpful to have an information item on it and to see how it affects, some of these reservoirs.
Yeah, I fear, unfortunately, with climate change, it may not square well with water supply considerations. But yes, we'll talk to the Corps and others and see who we can arrange to come in and speak to you on those matters.
Yeah, and in that discussion, we should have Lake Mendocino in the Russian River discussed because Sonoma County Water Agency has worked with the Corps, and I think they've done some innovation that we could learn from as well. But yeah, that, you know, mid-20th century, as Chair Marcus pointed out, the precipitation runoff relationship in California back then compared to now with different winter air temperatures being higher, it's a different equation. Thanks.
Yep, absolutely. So 2 other reservoirs that we frequently talk about. I went ahead and prepared a little graph for you.
Thank you.
Or not a graph, but a slide with the information there for Kachuma Reservoir. Kachuma Reservoir was down to very low levels through the drought. It's improving, not as quickly as some of the other reservoirs because, as you saw from the previous drought or the previous graph of the percentage of the state still remaining in drought circumstances, that's one of the areas of the state that lags behind in terms of precipitation, but still recovering and much improved from conditions last year or even earlier in the water year. So we're about at 50% of capacity. I think this is about a 5,000 acre foot increase in storage from 2 weeks ago. So things are improving. Then I included Diamond Valley on there. They're about 83% of capacity, so doing pretty good. And that's all that I have for the drought update.
Murphy's Law in Santa Barbara is when the desal plant finally gets up and running, Kachuma starts rising.
Well, maybe that's why.
Yeah.
So I'd like to know if we could include in future updates groundwater levels, and I don't know how often those levels get updated, but there's a lot of anecdotal information out there about how the groundwater levels in some areas are starting to bounce back, and that
Sure, I'll talk to Eric Ekdahl about that and figure out what we can add to the presentation.
Yeah, it would be interesting. What do we know? What don't we know? But also to illuminate the difference between the ground. And that's a good idea, I think.
Great idea. As we look at this surface storage on these monthly updates, but you know, just having some index of groundwater storage in a statewide perspective.
To do,
yeah, I'm not sure that the information is as readily available, but we'll provide you what we have and let you know how often it's updated and so forth.
Thanks.
It's nice. We'll have you keep doing these, and it'll be like where Steve Martin did the weather report in LA Story. If you haven't seen that movie. I know, I'm dating myself. I'm sorry. But I like it. I like it after the years of dire, heartbreaking slides. I want you to just keep doing this forever. So we're aware of, like, when those bars are blue, et cetera. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much. All right, let's move on to item number 8, our monthly update on emergency water conservation. Hello, team.
Good morning, Chair Marcus, members of the board. Yelena Hartman, Senior Scientist in your Office of Research, Planning and Performance, and to my left is Angeles Calizo in the Office of Enforcement. We are providing a monthly update on water conservation results for February 2017. And we'll first provide a broader setting for providing some context, and then where our February piece fits in. So in terms of February 2017, we have quite a bit of data. We have 33 months of monthly reports that started in June 2014 when the emergency regulation was first adopted. And the purple line shows the arc of how the water conservation regulation evolved as the hydrologic situation has changed and as the drought evolved. So the maps that follow along on top of the arc are just end of March, early April U.S. Drought Monitor maps as a snapshot or a proxy of the conditions that we had at that time. But we see as intensity of the drought was quite high and widespread in California in 2014 when reporting started and prohibitions and certain requirements of the water suppliers. But in terms of conservation, it was voluntary. And as the drought continued and it deepened in 2015, the governor requested statewide reduction in water production of 25%. And so that's when the urban water conservation, state-mandated water conservation targets came into effect. And then as the water situation improved a bit, in 2016 we've had slight adjustments to the emergency regulation, and then starting in June 2016, moving away from demand-based water conservation standards, we started to have supply reliability stress test-based conservation standards for suppliers that elected to do that. And all the way to the right, the map shows what we've just seen from Diane Riddle. The U.S. Drought Monitor classifies 8% of the state in drought, and only 1% is severe drought. The board most recently extended the regulation in February and offered another opportunity for suppliers to do a stress test, and those would become effective starting with the next cycle of monthly reports.
Right, and they turned them in, the date.
Yes, they were due on March 15th. So we have a few of those, and staff are reviewing those. And so as the approach to conservation evolved, so have Californians evolved their approach and their ability to conserve. And so we see that looking at the urban water production trends. I want to draw your attention to the vertical to horizontal axis. It's June through May, so it's not a water year and it's not a calendar year, but it starts in June because a lot of our key actions in terms of conservation became effective in June. So the orange line at the top is the baseline water production in 2013, which is used as a year for assessing conservation as a baseline. And then the green line shows performance from June 2014 through May 2015, when there were essentially voluntary conservation targets, when the emergency regulation was first adopted with prohibitions. And then the purple line is a year with 12 months of the state-mandated conservation targets, when the governor requested 25% reduction in water production. And then the dashed blue line are the 9 months since a stress test approach went into effect. So we see production went up, but not as high as the levels before the mandatory water conservation targets. And just a note about the February 2017, which is denoted with a little asterisk. These are tentative water production data because we have 95% suppliers reporting. So 20 suppliers worth of volume will bring that dot a little bit higher, but we see that historically January and February are the months of the lowest water production in the year.
It's just, it's interesting because there's a lot of complexity in what was happening, remembering each month what the weather was, what the news was, et cetera. But a really interesting thing to have pulled together. Thank you.
Absolutely. A lot of things come into play when it comes to what the water production is, weather, temperature, and so forth. So essentially the area between any one of the water production lines and the orange line shows the percent reduction in the water production. And so we have been following and tracking the water production reduction each month. So these charts run from June 2015 through February 2017. So purple bars show monthly percent reduction for each month. And we see that in February 2017, we have 25.3% less water produced than in 2013. It's been really wet, but we also see that these levels have remained quite high in the last several months. The orange line has been tracking the cumulative % reduction in water production since June 2015. So the savings are 22.5%. And the turquoise line tracks water savings in the last 9 months when we've had the stress test approach in effect, and the water savings concluding with February 2017 come to 20% compared to the same months in 2013.
That's so interesting.
It's quite interesting to see what happened and expectation compared to letting suppliers determine their supply availability and what the response of the citizens and suppliers was in continued messaging and conservation. And the average statewide February residential gallons per capita per day has been the lowest since we've been tracking this, 57.5 gallons. So
wow, 57.5 is the average?
Average statewide.
Wow.
Some
that means
areas
a lot of people are a lot
very,
lower.
Yes.
Yeah,
wow.
That's
a
remarkable.
lot of people a lot lower.
And, I'll have to get my friends and the Israelis who we met with last week to update their per capita numbers on California, because it's a lot lower than they've been saying. But that's great. I think it's notable. Also, you think about February 2013, right, the baseline year, and it was quite dry. We had a really dry January and a driest calendar year on record. So I think the Californians, our habits were, well, let's do the irrigation outdoors to keep the landscaping going in a dry winter, right? But now, we have the wet winter, so we're comparing a couple of different situations.
Right, exactly.
But I think, we've all grown to be more aware of our wintertime outdoor use. And I think this plays a role in that, regardless of the weather.
Absolutely. And it's absolutely true that the weather has been lending a hand to Californians in terms of needing to irrigate, but also remembering not to do so when it's been so wet. And looking at the summary for February 2017, we do see a large proportion of suppliers reporting savings of more than 20%, so the blue and the purple pie slices is 65% of the suppliers reporting for February 2017 had savings of 20% or more. About a quarter of all suppliers reported savings between 10 and 20% compared to 2013. And then we do have some suppliers that have had greater production than in 2013 or less than 10%. And we have details on all of these categories in the fact sheet that's available online.
Right. So that, some of them weren't using as much as others to begin with. So it's not, but it's a story. It's not the whole story.
And these savings that were reported to us in February, coming back to the bucket, and really the water saved in February 2017 added to the previous savings adds up to almost 2.6 million acre feet saved in 25 months since June 2015. And that is enough water to provide 34% of the state with water for 1 year. In the 9 months since the stress test went into effect, so since June 2016, Californians saved 988,000 acre feet, which is more than enough water to fill Folsom Lake. So pictures below are flipped, so they're not going correctly in time, but just for the sense of scale, empty Folsom Lake and the full one. So that's how much water has been saved in the last 9 months. And as you can see, our bucket, since the mandatory water conservation went into effect, enough to fill Folsom more than 2.5 times.
Nice choice. That's great. I can see this is the graphic for the holiday mug. Or tattoos, temporary tattoos.
Yeah. And really, the bottom line here is that these water savings accomplishments took a lot of people working together. It was the citizens of California taking note and changing habits and being aware, suppliers working, and media messaging, and a lot of programs to support rebates for appliances and for turf replacement, and also Water Board Office of Enforcement working with suppliers that have struggled perhaps to meet their targets. And Angeles will provide a brief overview of the efforts that the Office of Enforcement has been tracking and spearheading.
Good morning, Chair Marcus, members of the board. Angeles Calizo with the Office of Enforcement. Before starting my update, I'd like to just make a quick acknowledgement to my colleague Jasmine Oaxaca, who's in the audience today, and you probably saw her through previous updates to you. She was key and reserves much of the credit from our Office of Enforcement for this work. And she was also responsible for transitioning me into my current role for the office. With the regards to the conservation regulations enforcement, the Office of Enforcement uses progressive enforcement. With the water conservation, much of our efforts were going into reaching out to suppliers to get them into compliance before initiating any formal enforcement. So the, let's see here, the numbers that are up there before you here on the slide are representative of quantifiable actions that the Office of Enforcement has done. But as I mentioned earlier, they obviously don't represent much of the behind-the-scenes work that took place with our office in reaching out to those suppliers and having them come into compliance with those. So those are just some of the key numbers that we have up there. Many of the conservation orders and alternative compliance orders that were put in place for some of the suppliers. A few of those that currently remain in effect. There are 4 administrative civil liabilities fines that were issued. One of those was paid, and each of those fines was for $61,000. The one that was paid to the Cleanup and Abatement Fund, and the other 3 ACLs resulted in the initiation of supplemental environmental projects. The option to proceed with the supplemental environmental projects allowed the conservation programs in these communities to improve as a result of the projects. India's Water Authority, SEP, consisted essentially of increasing public outreach and focused on schools in disadvantaged areas, the introduction of some cooler rebate programs, and the creation of a customer website portal that would track a real-time usage for their customers. This SEP was completed in December of 2016, and our office is currently in the process of formally accepting the completion of the project. Coachella Valley Water District SEP project consisted of a landscape certification program that focused on water efficiency. And this certification is now a prerequisite to obtain or renew licenses for landscaping businesses within the Coachella Valley. The project was completed in March of 2017, and we anticipate formally accepting this project here later this month. The City of Redlands is the project consisted of a irrigation, a rebate program for citrus groves, and targeting essentially prevalent residential use within the community, and then also the launching of an educational program that targeted school-age children and then also their families. The program essentially consisted of provided the information on water efficiency programs using 2 fictional characters, which are shown there on the screen, Ira, the irrigator, and Eva, the investigator. And this project is expected to be completed this summer, and our office will continue to track progress on the SCP to ensure timely completion of the project. Now I will, if you don't have any questions, I will turn it over to Jelena for concluding statement.
Thank you, Angeles. This is great. It all goes to show that Californians can really demonstrated their commitment to conserving water during the drought. And now is the time to build on that success and continue with long-term conservation and efficiency measures that would make conservation a California way of life and keep our state beautiful and make it resilient from climate change and from future droughts.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
That is great. Thank you for the great ongoing work on all of this, and that was a great presentation, including the cumulative story. Any questions? We have one card Mr. Boland, but can I just ask you something? You can waive assent or dissent. It's really up to you, which is just, this made me think about it's not just the alligators, but you all have been keeping such a great library of efforts at Aqua on all of the great steps that so many agencies are taking. And maybe working with Jennifer, not just your Save Our Water campaign, which is also great, and thank you, saveourwater.com. Saveourwater.com will live forever, which is what we want. But it'd be great to maybe have one of our presentations at the board we've done it before, but, sort of some greatest hits of the creative, the irrigator, the alligator theme, the lawn dude. We had a lawn dude presentation, but I think it'd be nice to just do you may have all of this, just a series of tributes so that we can showcase some of the really creative thing that agencies have done and thank everybody.
Okay,
if
sure.
that wouldn't be too much work, because I know you have the library of this stuff.
Yeah, David Boland, Association of California Water Agencies. We do indeed have something on our website that kind of goes straight into what our members are doing and how they can highlight some of their programs, and they get to populate that. And I don't know the technical terms. I should know I feel embarrassed that I don't know the technical term for what this is, but it's basically a sort of a place in which, a show place in which they can put their information about their programs there for each other to look at and for the public to look
Okay,
at
so we
as
can
well.
just go shopping there and pull together our own series of
acwa.com.
slides.
And,
Okay.
and there's a lot of good stuff there. Obviously, the agencies themselves have excellent websites. Many of them have
Yeah,
excellent websites.
really good.
And it's obviously a way that citizens can go straight to their own purveyor and find out a lot about what's happening locally. And we have put together presentations in the past, and of course we feature some of the stuff at our conference where the communications committee talks about various approaches to communicating conservation. And there are a lot of different mascots. We've even had a little reception where agencies had their mascots receiving people and passing out literature, and it was
Kind of like
stuffy.
March Madness, a little bit.
Sounds great.
Yeah, kind of stuffy inside some of those costumes, but yeah, it's definitely a possibility that we could come out and do a little presentation. Save Our Water, of course, is in full swing this spring and into the beginning of the irrigation season. Although we expect kind of a delayed start on our irrigation season, luckily. So maybe June, July would be a good time because that would be sort of the time people are thinking about irrigation.
That's a very good idea. Thank you.
Okay, we'll work with your
Great.
staff.
Let's just do that together then.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Thank you very much. And welcome. All right. Item number 9. Okay, I'm just trying to get this right. I have one that just has the changes since the last version, since the last hearing, and one that has all the changes, I think. So hopefully I have the right things in front of me.
Good morning, Chair Marcus, honorable board members, executive staff. I'm Chris Kerrigan. I'm Director of the Office of Enforcement. I'll be presenting the update on the enforcement policy today. I wish I could tell you that I'd have some great photographs and images like the last presentation, but we're really just going to dig into some text from the enforcement policy. I'd like to be brief today and just focus on the changes that we're proposing as a result of our dialogue with stakeholders. I have with me today Melissa Hall from my staff, Senior Water Resources Control Engineer, Matthew Bethleben, also a senior water resources control engineer and a supervising WRCE, and then Dave Boyer is my assistant chief counsel, all from the Office of Enforcement.
Do you have a beard rule in your office?
We do indeed. And Matt's
I'm not supposed to
in
comment on
compliance
people's
because
appearance.
It's a
I'm
gray
sorry,
beard
counsel,
rule.
but-
So since we last met with the board, we've done a significant amount of stakeholder outreach to the persons who commented at the meeting. On the 10th of February, we met with CCEEB, and attendees included Burlington Northern, Southern California Edison, LA DPW, LA County SIN, Dow Chemical, and a couple other industrial entities. It was a good dialogue about potential changes to the policy on behalf of their members. We also met on the 15th with the water and wastewater utilities, CASA, Seville, SCAP, and Aqua. Same day on the 15th, met with a series or a large group of agriculturalists, agricultural trade groups, including Western Growers, the Farm Bureau Federation, Westside San Joaquin Watershed Coalition, Kern River Watershed Coalition Authority, and Dairy Cares. The following week, we met with the Coast Keeper Alliance, several of the Coast Keeper members, and the Coast Keepers, and the Environmental Justice Coalition for Water. So we wanted to make sure that we made ourselves available to everyone who had an interest in any potential changes and to address some of the comments that were made to the board on the 7th. In addition to the outreach with the stakeholders, we did 2 webinars that were where we covered the ACL methodology and went through a detailed 2 hypotheticals on each webinar of how to apply the penalty methodology, showing how the dials can be adjusted based on the findings made by the boards and how the staff goes through the assessment. Both of them involved the high volume discharge scenario. There were about 150 attendees at the 2 webinars. And then at the end of each one, we did a Q&A session. The first day, very robust Q&A. The second day, not quite as robust, but I think a lot of people jumped in on that first day for that. After we did the seminars and the meetings, the webinars and the meetings, we then met again and written comments were submitted by Aqua and CASA and some of their members, although we did not receive written comments from any of the other groups that we met with. So dialogue was ongoing. We had some back and forth about changes that might happen, but we did receive formal additional written comments from Aqua and CASA. We met with them again to talk about their comments, and I'll focus on the areas where the staff compromised or agreed to compromise on the issues that were raised and made some changes. Compromise from the regional board's original consensus position on what the enforcement policy should be. And I think there's only one issue where the regional boards would really want to remain firm, and I'll highlight that as I go through the issues up there. So the way I'm going to go from now on is I'm going to go through the 7 areas where we made some additional changes based on what we felt were the most weighty comments and the most important things to the regulated public as we went through this. And this is really, I want to make sure that focus here is that this is really fine-tuning of the methodology. There are over 10 variables that apply and allow the regional boards to adjust the ultimate liability based on those variable findings. And then at the end of the day, there's also the other factors as justice may require finding, which allows the boards to take into account any special circumstances and to make a finding to increase or decrease the civil liability based on unique circumstances that don't quite fit within the enumerated statutory factors or the articulated statutory factors. So the 7 things we're going to walk through: consistent enforcement, human right to water, clarification of step 2 on the case prioritization model. You all recall we heard quite a bit about that. Potential for harm and how we would analyze potential for harm where we don't have data to indicate actual harm after a discharge event. High volume discharges, and a couple of things we'll talk about there. degree of culpability, and history of violation. So this is really where the focus is going to be. Changes with consistent enforcement, we made changes to make it more explicit that comparing other penalty actions may be relevant and can be considered by the regional boards, but that the boards are not required to make findings of comparison. On the human right to water, we have a consensus. I'll go, okay, we'll do them this way. That's all right. So actually, Steve, I'm not gonna let you throw me off my game. Human right to water, good try though. Under the human right to water, we have some consensus language about how to use that, I think, that we negotiated with Community Water Center and Aqua, primarily the most interested folks, and EJCW. So we'll present that. There's clarification on the case prioritization model to make it more clear that the violation classification step of the prioritization process, which is the first step, requires further analysis of impact to beneficial uses during the second step, where a case is prioritized. And of course, that was always the intent. So we added language to clarify that that's what the boards are doing, and that is their practice. With respect to potential for harm, we added language clarifying at the request of the regulated public that an analysis of potential harm should consider the actual beneficial uses of the receiving water and the actual toxicity or characteristic of the substance discharged, which of course was always the intent, but we added clarifying language in that case. With respect to high volume discharges, we did two things. We clarified and provide guidance with the regional boards that they may elect to use a multiplier between $2 and $10 per gallon. We made that very clear that they have the discretion to elect anywhere between $2 and $10 as the multiplier. And then we also added potable water to the list of examples that could qualify for a high volume discharge, because consistent with our thinking, the characteristic of the material and the harm to beneficial uses is looked at under a different factor. So the high volume discharge provisions are intended to normalize penalties that get up over $1 million really quickly because there's a lot of gallons. And so we and the boards have flexibility to determine an appropriate multiplier. So we felt, to be consistent in our logic and approach, it was important to also then include potable water as a candidate for the boards to use a reduced multiplier below the $10 maximum. With degree of culpability, we're suggesting a compromise. We had initially proposed a range of 1 to 1.5 on culpability. We think it's an enhancement factor, not a mitigating factor. Nevertheless, the old policy allowed for a 0.5 to 1.5 multiplier. We split the difference on this and propose a 0.75 to 1.5 multiplier on culpability. So someone who actually does a good job trying to avoid the violation can get a negative multiplier and a reduction in a proposed penalty when they have a discharge violation. And then finally, with respect to history of violations, we have clarified how that applies. We've clarified how that applies, when a multiplier should be used of 1.1, and add a temporal limitation on what qualifies as history of violations. So we suggest that a history of violations within the last 5 years should be considered by the regional boards when they determine whether to use an enhanced multiplier. Okay, Steve, now I'm ready. So here's the first of the language changes that we made. As I suggested, we wanted to add additional language to clarify that comparing other enforcement proceedings or results is allowed and can be relevant, and the regional boards can do it, but that it is not required for the regional boards to do that. And of course, the whole concept of the policy is that we achieve consistency and fairness in application of penalties by going through the methodology and making findings. But we really wanted to make it clear that there's no prohibition on this. It's certainly relevant. The regional boards do it, their staff does it, and the regulated public does it. And we wanted to make sure that there was no indication or implication that that was not allowed. So this is the proposed revision to the consistency findings on page 3. really leaves discretion to the board as to how to handle that and make findings. With respect to the human right to water, there are 2 changes made on page 4 and 6 of the recent red line. The language essentially clarifies that human right to water is not a violation in and of itself, but that discharge violations that implicate the human right to water are something that is important to be thinking about, that we will track those in our public databases so that the public has access to how we treat those and what we do with them, and that we will also then at page 6 in the case prioritization process consider whether the discharge violation implicated the human right to water in how we prioritize cases. It doesn't mean you have to do a case like that if you're the regional board, but it's a factor that must be considered in the case prioritization process. At page 6, we made some revisions to the treatment of Class A violations in the case prioritization model. So the case prioritization model has 2 steps. The first is classifying the violation. Is it really serious or not as serious? And then the second step looks at violators and suites of violations and board priorities and whether the human right to water is implicated and whether, even though the violation looked like a very serious deviation from the permit requirement, it may not have caused significant environmental harm or impact to beneficial uses. And then we decide what cases are going to come out of that. And so what we wanted to clarify here is that when the regional boards use that violation classification system, when they take that information at the case prioritization stage, they also further analyze the extent of impact to beneficial uses when they prioritize cases. And this is our thought of what the regulated public was looking for in terms of what is serious and where we should really be looking to prioritize our cases. So we added this at page 6 to make it clear that even a great deviation from standard or permit requirement may not result in a formal enforcement action if the harm to impact to beneficial uses is low. And again, this is pretty much consistent with our practice in any event, but we're just clarifying that. Analyzing potential harm in context. Many cases we don't know what the actual harm to beneficial uses was because the discharge gets away before that can be measured, and in some cases it's not even reported to us before it can be measured. And of course the dischargers can measure that in many cases if they react appropriately and present real evidence about impacts to beneficial uses, but many times we look to textbook information, anecdotal and informational evidence to support findings. But we wanted to make sure that those are real or in at least somewhat real context. So we added this language at page 12, potential harm should be evaluated in the context of the specific characteristics of the waste discharged, how bad is it, the specific stuff, and the specific beneficial uses of the impacted waters. Is this human contact beneficial use or REC 1 type of use? What is it salmon habitat? What is the actual beneficial use? So again, this was our intent, really good suggestions from the regulated public about making sure that there's some linkage there for the findings. I think for the, this is a really challenging dialogue about high volume discharges, okay? So this is at page 15, and we did make a couple of revisions to this. This is the provision the regional boards feel the most strongly about, I think, of all the things that we're amending in terms of curbing their discretion and flexibility. It's been strongly argued by the regulated public that there should be a presumptive $2 a gallon discount on high volume discharges applied, or a multiplier on high volume discharges. The regional boards, we believe they should have the discretion to set an appropriate amount for a high volume discount between $2 per gallon and $10 per gallon based on the case. So that's the language that we've suggested here, but clarifying that the board may elect to use a value between $2 and $10 when the spill is over $100,000. or 100,000 gallons, sorry. And essentially at $10 per gallon, that's $1 million civil liability. So potentially it's a very serious liability. We think that's the point where the high volume normalization should occur. And then the second thing is there really, I think you'll hear that there's always been a presumption of $2 per gallon being used in high volume discharge cases, but that's never been the case. The boards have varied from that. And then I also wanted to defer to Matt Beflaben too, who has some information about the cutoff at 100,000 gallons and why we elected that. Not just because it's a $1 million penalty, but also that is the practice of the boards. Matt.
So yeah, I want to emphasize that we have this discussion a lot with the regional board staff and state staff, and actually especially with the dischargers when we're trying to do a settlement negotiation. This is a section that always catches the dischargers high because you're talking about potentially an 80% reduction in the penalty. Where is that threshold for that high volume? And so we've had a lot of these discussions throughout, and I've also researched this looking at ACLs, particularly between 2010 and 2015, really focusing on the SSO world and seeing where the regional boards kind of play. And Chris is correct. I mean, the break point really is right around 100,000 gallons. There has been a couple ACLs that have used values between $2 per gallon and $10 per gallon, right at $90,000, $80,000. The highest adjudicated ACL that did not use this high volume reduction was $130,000 gallons. And so really the board in the history of the regional boards, whether we've come to settlement negotiations or had it adjudicated in front of the boards, have really kind of settled on this 100,000 gallon threshold.
We want to be clear really with expectations and what the regional board's practice is and transparent to some extent, but also it's as good a threshold as any for applying the discount or the reduction. And then I do want to say too, we believe it's really important to allow flexibility to the regional boards in this context because the statutory language is up to $10 per gallon. And the regional boards, if there's a presumption that they're to use two, I think that unduly steps on their discretion. And again, this is a provision they felt the most strongly about. And so that's why we stood on this recommendation that to allow them to elect to use a value of $2 per gallon when it's 100,000 and then over 2 million to reduce even further. Then the second part of this, as I mentioned earlier, also at page 15, is in the examples, we wanted to clarify that these are only examples, but we did add discharges from irrigated agricultural operations and potable water discharges to just expand the pool of examples. But it does say, and we really do mean, example of discharges that could be subject to a reduction include but are not limited to these examples. And the reason is this is not about harm to the environment. That's something that we look at in another factor. It also plays very closely with leaving the discretion with the regional board to set a multiplier between 2 and 10. In that case, it makes sense to allow the board to normalize for all types of high volume discharges, and hence the example that we have given here. Degree of culpability, a lot of talk about this. Go ahead, Steve.
Oh yeah, before we move on, thanks, and give you a little chance for a breather. This was a subject of a lot of input and questions. I just wanted, just from a clarification standpoint, this really was an existing range, the $2 to $10 in the existing enforcement policy, right, 2010.
Correct, and the regional boards made those decisions on several occasions, although I would say majority, maybe even vast majority of the occasions, the boards did apply the $2, but they elected to do that, so.
Yeah, right. Okay, I think it's helpful, just in terms of if folks seeing our enforcement policy maybe, for the first time from different perspectives. Clearly the wastewater agencies are familiar with this, and it was helpful to go back. I appreciated your research into the history of the implementation of the enforcement policy in this area. So I think it is relevant in terms of what the practice has been to then reasonably forecast what we see coming in the future. And so, and given that this is an existing range that you're proposing not to really change, even the $1 above the 2 million gallons is in the existing 2010 enforcement policy.
Can we go back?
Yes.
Okay. We just talked about this during the break, but the more I think about it, I just want to make sure I better understand on discharges from irrigated agricultural operations. In light of the fact that this volume component is not necessarily the right fit for a non-point source discharge, I'm just wondering, does it, putting it in here, I suspect gives some, is helpful for those that are concerned that as to whether or not they would get to take advantage of this. But there is an argument as to whether or not it's even the right fit to begin with. So do you have some language in the staff report that speaks to that?
Well, the reason, so remember, this only applies to a violation. So there has to be some type of violation. And where this has been applied is when there's been a violation of a cleanup and abatement order issued to an agricultural operation for unsafe grading on a slope where that cleanup and abatement order was violated. So, but with the respect to the ordinary irrigated agricultural permit, it wouldn't necessarily be a violation for there to be runoff or a discharge to surface waters from their agricultural practices. So there are agricultural exemptions from the Federal Clean Water Act. So we added this to apply when the board has taken that extra regulatory step to make sure that it's understood that this would apply to irrigated agriculture. But our view, and I think this is broadly accepted, is ordinarily discharges from irrigated ag operations would be exempt under the agricultural exemptions from the Clean Water Act. And so there has to be some kind of a permit violation, and here, unless there's, or an order, violation of an order, or a basin prohibition, and place and pound prohibition. So I think this adds clarity to an area where it's not ordinarily applied.
Okay, thanks.
That was a good discussion. Yeah, and having been on the regional board for 4 years myself, I remember these discussions. And from my perspective, there's only just one board member, one person. But what we're talking about with high volume, it has an effect on public perception of what's going on. And I think in the board setting, when we're talking about the severity or lack thereof of the violation and contemplating the fine, a huge amount of discharge has an effect in the public, and it's something the water board and the regional board should weigh into what justice would, oh wait, that's the other category, but it's part of the judgment, I think, that if it's a huge volume of water, people see it and say, what was done wrong? And even if it's potable or otherwise benign in most ways, even just the volume of it has a force of its own too, and it can cause erosion and that sort of thing. So,
it depends, right?
It depends always, but this is I think a good factor to have in the calculus.
It is interesting in reading. I know we're at a much more focused stage here, but in reading some of the comments earlier on, it's as if people wanted everything reduced to a math formula to constrain enforcement, which shows they obviously don't understand enforcement and what the point is. And what you're trying to do, and I'm going to give you an opportunity to summarize it, is to give that thinking, those thinking parameters that provide transparency to all the factors. But ultimately, we have the system we do because humans are the ones who ultimately decide, a number of them on the regional board, who can take into effect all of those factors. You're just giving them the tools, in the course of public discourse and a public setting. So you're just giving them some tools, not giving them a straitjacket here.
Yeah, I think it's just saying these are the things you should think about. and that, as a board, when you decide what's an appropriate penalty, and you should think about all of them because that's what the statute asks you to do. I mean, in part, and also there's some wisdom to that, experience in that when the statute was created. So, with respect to the last two, degree of culpability, the original policy allowed for a variation of between 0.5 and 1.5. It's been very unusual for the boards to apply a standard below 1. That would mean essentially that the responsible party or discharger has not really fallen below the standard of care, which ordinarily wouldn't result in a discharge. And remember, too, the statute provides defenses from discharges for acts of God, acts of nature, acts of a third party. Those kinds of things are not actually violations because there's a statutory defense. So unless there's some sort of cause, we're usually looking at some level of culpability above you met the standard of care. So here, though, what we've decided, and we think it rings true to some extent, you know, for two reasons we agreed to this compromise. The first is, if the discharger really demonstrates that it has exceeded the standard of care to avoid the violation, and there's still been a violation,
stuff happens sometimes.
You know, stuff happens, yes. I mean, frequently those cases are not going to be prioritized for enforcement.
In theory,
but in the event they are, and I understand we're not saying that they can't be, we think it's appropriate to allow the compromise reduction. And for the second reason, I mean, it really is an adjustment from the 0.5, which we had in the policy before. Was that the right thing to do the first time out? Maybe not. But we feel like it's a good compromise to split the difference and allow for this as an adjustment as we're going forward. So, and again, remember the term is culpability. So that's our proposal there, is to change from our recommendation of 1.0 to 1.5 to 0.75 to 1.5. And that is, by the way, that's the same range that we allow for cleanup and cooperation in another of the mitigating/enhancement factors. And then the last topic for discussion today before we get into dialogue with the board and the regulated public is, and stakeholders, history of violations. And we did, as I indicated, add a temporal limitation with the last 5 years component. And I'll let Dave Boyer, as my Assistant Chief Counsel from the Office of Enforcement, address some of the rationale in our thinking here.
Sure. I can't just sit up here and say nothing, and Chris asked me to give him a little bit of a break, so I will handle that. I think this is our last slide on history of violations. And you'll see the language in front of you. So what I boil this down to is basically 3 substantive changes that we made in compromise after meeting with the regulators. The first is you'll see that we've deleted that term any as it relates to history of violations. And the effect here is that this gives the regional boards somewhat broader discretion to interpret that term, what is a history of violations. And this arises out of the fact that we heard from primarily POTWs that said, you know, what if we have one copper violation from 3 years ago? Is that going to be really considered a history? Because it really is any history. And I think the answer is, well, you know, let's leave it to the regional boards. Let's have them consider the circumstances and you know, weigh why that violation occurred and decide whether it wants to consider that a history of violations. That's the first change. The second one, as Chris discussed before, was to create this 5-year period where we would look at to determine whether there is a history. So this outside, you know, anything older than 5 years is basically not a history of violations under this factor. The third, you'll see, is the deletion of that term minimum as it relates to the imposition of the multiplier of 1.1. This basically is a little bit of stronger statement to the water boards that if there is a history of violation over the last 5 years, then really the appropriate multiplier should be a 1.1. So to summarize, the proposal that we have before you for history of violations is that if there's no history of violations, the appropriate multiplier is a 1. It goes neither up nor down. That's what we expect of the regulated community. If you have a prior history of violations, something within the last 5 years, then the appropriate multiplier is a 1.1. If you have a history of similar violations or numerous dissimilar violations, then the policy says you should consider something maybe above a 1.1.
But then you're giving some flex in what a history of violation means.
Yes,
in the
you
last
are.
5
So we,
years,
yeah.
so that the regional board could take into consideration the fact that it was like one copper violation and here's why it happened. But if you've got a few or you have one doozy, it does count.
Absolutely. It's all about transparency and the regional board making, determinations and findings to support whatever multiplier it chooses.
Wait, I'm thinking of maybe a non-POTW example in my mind where maybe there was a history of a similar violation, but it was more than 5 years ago, and it might concern me as a regional board member. Does this last sentence allow us to use the multiplier 1.1 in that case?
It does. So the 5-year limitation doesn't apply if there are similar violations or numerous dissimilar violations. So if you've got a violation, you've got a construction site that completely ignored the BMP requirement and there was a major discharge, but that was 5.5 years ago, the regional board could consider that in a current enforcement action and say, that's something we want to add sort of an enhancement multiplier to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That very well laid out. And thank you for all the time you spent. I just, for the folks who are listening, I'm assuming most of the people who are tuning in were at the last briefing or have been engaged in the process. But can you really quickly just summarize, because there are people who are listening who weren't a part of it, just quickly, what's the point of having a policy? And what's the point of updating the policy?
Well, the point of an enforcement policy is to use the concept of deterrence to encourage voluntary compliance with regulatory standards and to meet those, including spending the money necessary to achieve compliance with regulatory standards. The idea that we need to use general deterrence stems from our lack of resources. It's not a real thing for us to think that we will catch every violator or can review or overview every permit. So we need to incentivize voluntary compliance, but we want to do it in a fair, firm, consistent, and transparent manner. And so the policy basically provides some boundaries and some concepts that apply in a sense so that we can apply it consistently and things that have to be looked at in each enforcement case, but where there's some discretion to determine how to look at each of those things retained by the regional board. Those factors or elements are derived from the statutes that provide us with the authority as regional boards and the state board to issue civil liabilities. So it has the effect of a regulation in terms of how it's applied, but we want to make sure when we're using our power to impose a penalty or a civil liability on someone that it's being done fair, consistently across the board, and in a transparent manner so the public and the regulated public can track our decision-making process.
And the need for the update.
Well, the need for the update was driven by the board's initial adoption of the policy when it directed us to do a timely update, which we missed by about 1 year. But essentially, the 2010 policy was a very big change from the 2002 policy, which essentially was a narrative product that didn't have a methodology and was very different. So there was a lot of controversy over whether we should have a policy like this, and it spread throughout the regional boards. The controversy is not there with the regional boards any longer. So we were directed by the board to bring it back in 5 years, and we're about a year late.
Thank you.
I think Tam was on the board back then.
No, it's good, and it's to that transparency it protects folks from just picking on somebody without any rationale or prioritization of,
And what's been useful is you mentioned consistent approach. That doesn't mean, as you point out earlier in your presentation, that doesn't mean, well, for that type of fine, we're going to give the same penalty every time. The consistency is the system that's used, the framework that's used. So the outcome can be quite different in similar cases.
Yeah, interesting balance of flexibility and framework, and I like the idea of a thought process map that is transparent. We have a number of speakers.
Actually, before you do,
yeah,
may I just add to the response that Chris gave to your question regarding why the need for an update? The other thing that strikes me as being important as I was meeting with stakeholders and with staff was that the policy that was adopted in 2010 does not necessarily reflect how things have been done the last 6 years. And so in their attempt to update the policy, I think Chris and his staff did a really good job of talking to the regional boards, gathering information, and proposing a policy that actually reflects what they're doing. So hence some of the changes that I think the stakeholders are responding to, like the prioritization process. It's very different than what was in the 2010 policy, but it is reflective of what's actually happening, so it's more transparent.
All right, but I'm presuming there's also a sense on the part of staff and hopefully us that the way it's been done and the way it's reflected in this is a good way to do it, not just that it's bowing to practice. I'm assuming there's a rationale behind it.
It's part of the
well.
lessons learned as we implemented the policy the last 6 years.
Well, great. We have quite a few speakers, so I'm going to move into that and try and continue through the lunch hour, if that's all right with folks. There are a lot. I'm tempted to go with 3 minutes, but let me count. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, we can do 5. But remember, brevity is the soul of whatever. I can't remember the rest of that quote. Sorry. Okay. So I'll just do 3 so that you can have a sense of when you're going to go. First, Adam Link from the California Association of Sanitation Agencies, followed by Jack Hawks from the California Water Association, followed by Mary Lynn Coffey from the California Water Association and multiple water districts. Hello.
Morning. Madam Chair and board members, Adam Link with the California Association of Sanitation Agencies. I just wanted to first start off by thanking the board members for giving us some additional time to work with the Office of Enforcement. When this came out in late fall last year, we were very concerned that there wasn't an adequate stakeholder process to engage in, and we were similarly kind of concerned when the first draft came out after we submitted comments that it wasn't responsive to those comments. And so in the meetings since, we've had, I think, 2 or 3 meetings with Office of Enforcement staff, and I think we still disagree over maybe some of the languages and approaches in there, but I believe they've tried to address virtually all of the concerns that we'd raised. And so I really appreciate the board members and Office of Enforcement doing that with us. And I think 2 of the changes that I kind of wanted to highlight as potentially areas where we've worked out some language, they were bullets 3 and 4 in Chris's presentation, and they're on page 6 and 12 of the revised policy. And they relate to the case prioritization section and also to the potential harm language. And I think the case prioritization section, that was incredibly important to us. We had looked at the list of bullets that were in there and were very concerned that they were overly broad and they would result in enforcement in situations where it just wasn't warranted. And so in talking with Chris's office, their belief was that it made more sense to, as the second step, which they say that they engage in already, is to look at those cases and say, well, it may fall under Class A under this new regime, but it's not suitable for prioritization because of these factors. And so that's something that we were a little more comfortable with. And the second is just the scoping of potential harm to make it realistic and applicable to what happened in that particular circumstance, because that term is used throughout the policy. And so that was very important to adequately scope what that means for the policy. I think also, as Chris noted, the one thing that we still have issues with is the high volume spill section. We believe, as articulated in our comments and our red lines, that the $2 per gallon figure should be the starting point when dealing with these type of spills, the presumptive starting point. And I think the position, the idea that Chris articulated about giving the regional boards flexibility, but also having $2 as a starting point, I don't think they're mutually exclusive. And we've always acknowledged, even under the existing policy, that regional boards have the flexibility to go up to $10 per gallon. But that as a starting point for these types of spills and acknowledging what they are and the high volumes, it should start at 2. And so I think that's borne out in the way someone mentioned that the regional boards, for the most part, do start at 2. And we're very concerned that this change in language is a departure from that. And so now we're talking about if you start at 4, that's double the penalty right away. And we're concerned that these changes will increase the penalties overall without necessarily a justification for doing so. And And so that's something that we're very concerned about. We'd also support the comments of SCAP and others related to the volume considerations. Right now it's 100,000 gallons as articulated in that section of the policy. I think 50,000 gallons would be more reasonable. It is a barometer that's in the MRP for the WDR. It's in some other statutory sections, and I think Steve Jepson will probably get into the details of why that's more appropriate, but we would support that change even with the existing language that's in the high volume section. And finally, I just want to remind everybody, as kind of as Chris articulated towards the end there, this was more of technical clarifications and update to the policy for consistency purposes, and I don't think it was the stated intent of the board or the enforcement Office of Enforcement to overall increase the penalties associated with that. And I think a lot of the smaller changes that are in here, even the culpability section, the history of violations section, the high volume spill section, the changes to the per day or per factors that are in there, overall we're worried that collectively these will increase the amount of penalties across the board. And so we have that concern, but we want to monitor how the enforcement policy is being implemented in the coming months and years. And if it does become an issue, and if we see these significant changes going upwards, or if there's interpretations of language that are inconsistent with what I think we've come to a common understanding on a number of these issues, we'd like the opportunity to bring it back to the board and raise it as an issue and say, this is not where we understood this to be.
I see that, and I do think there's going to be a need for more reporting back on the nature of enforcement on a host of fronts, but there's no magic to what the penalty numbers have been, either up or down, right? I mean, if you say it could be a change, but there are all these factors for discretion that we've given, and you have all these opportunities in front of boards for humans to exercise their common sense, the fact that words could lead to it doesn't mean it will. It also doesn't mean it's wrong if it does, because it'll just depend on what the constellation of cases are. In theory, in my view, folks should be prioritizing cases that ought to be enforced against. It's not just about beans, it's about really good beans. Yeah, like a few big beans that give you your general deterrence that you can articulate can have more power than sheer numbers. So I don't know, penalties will just depend. You could have one year where there's one everybody agrees should be a whopper.
And
right?
I suppose we will just have to look at it kind of holistically and say, okay, here are these 5 enforcement actions that resemble 5 that were taken the previous year and the previous year, but all of a sudden the penalties are double, and it's just kind of a...
Well, if it doesn't have rationale, but who's to say that what we're doing right now is right? I'm not saying it's wrong, but it's a change from the status quo doesn't mean good or bad. So let's see what happens, and then we can talk about the specifics rather than hypotheticals.
Yeah,
and I'm
fair,
fine with that.
That's why we kind of would give it time to be implemented and see if there is that change, but also just with the opportunity to bring it back and at least raise the issue and say, is this the only reason for the change? Was these changes in the enforcement policy?
Yeah. Well, if you start seeing something, let me know. I mean, in addition to what regular reports, that is actually, if you spot something that, definitely we're pretty open, and we're always here. Too,
so am I lately.
I know, and so are you, which is a good thing.
But with that, thank you very much. I'm happy to answer
thank you
any
for
other
all the time you
questions
put in.
about this specific
Helpful.
language.
Yeah, on this, just real quickly, so I'm hearing, let's say, take the high volume discharge, which continues to be of concern, and we'll hear a little more about that. But really, I'm struggling to see the concern based on the language changes. They seem to be, and maybe you can answer this or not, but in terms of the board may elect to use a value as opposed to has the discretion to select a value. I don't know how that translates then into a desire to pump up, the per gallon amount. But I did hear you say you'd like to see the 100,000 change to 50,000. And then we'll hear some more about where that's anchored in other examples.
And I would say on the former part, it was very tricky trying to get the language right to capture what we view as kind of the existing practice where typically it is $2 per gallon, but that discretion has always been there and continues to be there. And so I think there was a lot of back and forth about how to adequately capture that and say you do have the discretion, but in standard case,
Yeah,
typical
you were looking for maybe a new statement based on practice that says $2 is the default, or for
yes,
lack
the
of a better way.
presumptive value
Yeah.
or something along those lines. But of course, you have the discretion to go up to the statutory maximum of 10.
Okay.
And so our language suggested that, and we.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much.
No, thank you, as always. Always helpful. Mr. Hawks, followed by Ms. Coffey, followed by Sue Meyer from the California Water Association and Water Utilities.
Hi, Jack Hawks,
Hi.
California Water Association. Before I begin, can I ask a question of Chris and David?
Can, just because you're so nice and you contribute so much.
I'm sorry, say it again?
You can, just because you're so nice and you contribute so much.
Just, would you put up the last slide? I just have a question, I guess, for David mainly. So. I've found David, your discussion about the flexibility and at the regional board level interesting. So I do have a question. If a discharger has a unplanned discharge in within the last 5 years, and immediately reported it to the regional board, took the immediate corrective action to mitigate the problem and worked with the regional board, would the regional board then have the discretion under this language here to go back to a 1.0 multiplier instead of a 1.1? If it's an unplanned discharge, are we making a distinction between planned and unplanned discharges?
I don't think there's anything in the language which speaks to planned or unplanned. I think the regional board does have the discretion.
Yeah, they do have the discretion. That's why they fuzz the language.
Talk more about that when Sue and Mary Lynn come up. Anyway, I'll go ahead and begin my testimony now. Again, Jack Hawks, representing the California Water Association, the PUC regulated drinking water utilities. I want to thank the board and the staff for taking our additional testimony today. We had a very lengthy hearing, you'll recall, a month ago. And we thank the staff very much for working with us, the water utility suppliers, the regulated community, not only on the enforcement policy revisions and penalty calculations, but also for responding to our comments and for making some of the requested changes that Chris showed a few minutes ago. In particular, we appreciate the board's expansion of the low threat discharge category for informal enforcement and our compliance assistance to include discharges from drinking water systems operating in disadvantaged communities. We're also pleased that the board has reclassified the compliance with the human right to water statute to the factors used to establish case prioritization. And we think that clearly that better aligns the revised policy with the practical application of AB 685. So all of this is, we think, very positive. From our standpoint, CWA and its member utilities, we still have a general concern about the revisions with the enforcement policy, and that is I used a little rhetoric here, but sweeping the low threat discharges from potable water into the same bin as discharges of waste. And you may recall that 3 and 4 years ago, when the drinking water program was, we were working with the state board on the transition of the drinking water program to the board from DPH. This was one of our principal concerns, that the water board's mindset would take the drinking water utilities and apply the same kind of mindset to these lower threat discharges from drinking water utilities. So this has been kind of dormant now until this water quality enforcement policy revisions came forward. And I still want the enforcement and requesting the enforcement division to consider this distinction as we move forward from here on. Now that we've had the drinking water program in the state board for 3.5 years now, and I just want to keep that mindset as a priority.
You know, I think Jack, I think we'd be doing the same thing if the drinking water program was over there. We still regulate it. and we would still have the same policy. And we'll even stipulate that drinking water is good. Sewage isn't terrible, but drinking treated sewage isn't. I mean, the issue is what's the impact? It's not, because chlorine kills everything. That's why you use it. And that's why in our wastewater programs, when we're cleaning it up to do recycled water, we chlorinate and dechlorinate it before discharge. So it's not that drinking water never hurts anything. It can have a profound impact, either from a number. So it just depends on the circumstances. But it's sort of like when we were trying to regulate compost, and people spend a lot of time saying, but compost is good. And I'll stipulate that compost is good. It's just a question of how you manage it and what the impact is. And hopefully, in theory, and under this policy, if it's really low threat, it shouldn't rise to prioritization or any of that. But if someone spills a bunch of drinking water and it's not just something that happened, I mean, there's accidents happen, and you do need to enforce against them, because that's what creates the incentive to have a system that prevents them from happening in the first place. That's sort of 101 stuff. And I think staff's tried to put in language that should give that comfort. I don't see regional boards wanting to gallop out and start going after drinking water spills, but as we did that policy on discharges, we did it because it actually can have a very significant environmental impact. So honestly, it's nothing personal on this one.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
No, I just want to assure you.
No, okay, I understand. Let me we do have a couple of technical issues still that we raised in our comments, and that we thought after the February 7th hearing they'd be addressed in the workshops, but weren't. And there are actually two, and Sue and Mary Lynn are going to expound on these after I leave. But CWA, we're very concerned with the increased number of types of discharges classified as Class A priority violations, and the expansion of those violations to include potential threat to beneficial uses. You'll hear a lot more about that, but we have issues with that line of thinking being in contravention with the Clean Water Act and Porter Cologne, because there's a big difference here between potential threat or potential harm and causing or contributing to immediate and substantial harm. So we'll talk more about that, but that remains a concern. And then the second one is the discussion on the increase in fines and whether this revisions to the policy were actually resulting in increases in fines back in the February 7th hearing and the workshops. And when we started to do the math, there really is an increase in fines for the median level violations, and so we wanted to support what CASA has offered in terms of smoothing the curve, if you will. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over now to Sue and Mary Lynn, but we very much appreciate the changes that have been made thus far. There's some very desirable ones there, but we want to get past these last few here. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Ms. Coffey, followed by Ms. Meyer, followed by David Boland from the Association of California Water Agencies.
Hi. Good afternoon, Chair Marcus and Board. Mary Lynn Coffey on behalf of Cal Water Association, some of its member utilities, as well as some water agencies who are members of Aqua as well, but not on behalf of Aqua. We too want to thank you on behalf of that group for your additional staff engagement and work with the CASA, Aqua, and the Clean Water Agencies. We think that there's some marked improvements in the March 23rd draft and appreciate the time and effort spent to get there. We are concerned, as Jack noted, and I think Felicia, as you just remarked, we are a little concerned because harm is the thing, right? Harm to human health, harm to the environment is the thing that should be central in enforcement policy. And there's still a great deal of language that, according to the webinars that were held and some testimony in the prior hearing, is really intended to create, to ease the burden of having to prove that harm or even demonstrate that harm. So there's a lot of new language in this policy about potential threat. And potential threat is a lot different than what's in the statute. In the statute, it's a threat of harm, a threat actually of imminent and substantial harm, not a potential threat, a potential harm, which is what the policy seems to say in a number of places.
But are you suggesting that, let's say someone has a spill and they're just lucky it didn't cause any harm because there wasn't, the school of fish wasn't going by right at that moment, that they get off scot-free where someone else happened to do the discharge right when a bunch of fish, I'm just coming up with a weird, were going by? That, it seems to me that for the integrity of the system, you want people to be preventive enough to even prevent the potential harm. So it would depend on the magnitude of, all the other factors, but to straitjacket into you have to prove the harm, as some of the comments we got before did, I thought made no sense at all. And I've been a regulator on a lot of cases. I've also been regulated and enforced against with cases I didn't like. So this seems to me to be light years advanced from where I found this in the late 80s, early 90s. But even I wouldn't suggest that a potential threat isn't important depending on the case, or that they have to prove the level of harm.
So I'm not.
So I don't think that, I'm trying to have you clarify for me what you're saying.
Let me parse that out because I understand your point, and I'm not insisting that there has to be harm in order to assess a penalty, because there are a lot of other factors as well that appropriately should be considered and are in the policy for consideration. But there are, I think there should be guidance to distinguish between whether you have a potential threat versus a threat versus harm under step 1, factors 1, 2, and 3. That doesn't mean you don't consider step 2 and step 3 and all those factors as well. And there may well be penalties assessed, and very appropriately for the deterrent that you're talking about. But it does seem to us to be very important to really focus, particularly that step 1, on the potential for harm. And there's been some progress made in that factor as well. And I don't want to discount the progress because they did make some changes in step 2, factor 2, to consider, the specifics of the discharge and the specifics of the beneficial use impacts in the particular case. And I think that's important. What we'd like to see there are some conforming changes. It would be good to move that language from factor 2 up to the step 2 preamble itself, so that it then applies to all the factors that are being considered in that particular category, which is, supposed to be broadly about actual and threatened harm. So I think that would help eliminate some of that issue. CASA also proposed some changes that we thought would be useful in that regard regarding characterization of Class A violations. It's news to us, I guess, that regional boards throw everything into Class A and then prioritize among the Class A's. We've seen much more often that degree of harm and culpability, frankly, take a pretty high role in determining Class A violations, and that really is illuminated by the statement of Class A violations. So again, CASA submitted some language on some of the bullet points in that Class A with respect to MCLs and toxics and prioritized pollutants that we thought might be very useful to incorporate. The second area that I think generally we have some concerns, and again, as it was stated in the seminars, it is actually the intent of this policy to increase fines, and particularly to increase fines for those low and median violations, meaning low and median in terms of harm as you assess it under Table 1. And the point of that is to smooth out an enforcement curve. But the problem with that is that you really end up with increased fines on water agencies and utilities that have constitutional and regulatory constraints on their rates. And this is really compounded by the consideration, again, as we learned in the webinars, of the degree to which any infrastructure failures responsible for a discharge, you would consider the degree to which that discharge was caused by an infrastructure failure under two criteria, both culpability and economic benefit. So to the extent that you had, and this was actually stated, to the extent you have a CIP, a capital improvement plan, that assesses your infrastructure and postpones reasonably postpones maintenance or replacement of a particular infrastructure, that could be evidence of both economic advantage and culpability, creating a double whammy. But and creating a double whammy even under the changes to the culpability provision, even if the agency were quite reasonable and exercised the normal standard of care in determining which infrastructure to replace. So that creates a big issue for utilities because obviously their infrastructure plan is determined in part based on their rate base. And under Prop 218 and Prop 26 with respect to our public water agencies, and then of course the PUC regulates our utilities, they must really take into consideration, and they have to plan and properly time their infrastructure investments so as not to create a burden on those ratepayers and, you know, frankly, further reduce availability of water and sewer service to those who are have difficulty paying the rates. So we're concerned that there should be more work done, particularly with respect to discharges resulting from infrastructure failures, what are sometimes called unplanned discharges, to make sure that there's some recognition that there's not just complete free rein in terms of how infrastructure investments are planned by
That's true, but a lot of those constraints are sometimes self-imposed. And the reason why infrastructure investments have been made in a lot of large cities is precisely because of enforcement actions that put on the scale some argument for the folks within those facilities to actually get to do the things they wanted to do that in the political context, depending on where they are, sometimes it's a separate water agency, sometimes it's part of a city, never rises to the fore. So I just think having us try to get into calculating the individual circumstances for all those different utilities and city and county departments is virtually impossible, and ensuring them that everything's going to be okay if they chose wrong in their infrastructure investment or they didn't quite try hard enough. I don't see how that works other than it falling in again to the judgment that people make. Again, there's a math formula people are asking for here to let them totally sleep at night and know when they're home free. And that is sort of, if we were omnipresent and everywhere, it'd be one thing. But it's just a handful of people, even between the regional boards, of trying to figure out how to target the most important cases that do general deterrence. So in those cases where it's understandable or it's this or that, they're not likely to be prioritized. I think, you know what I mean? I see why you want it. I find it hard to implement from this side. I don't see us coming up with language that can solve that problem without insulating communities from taking responsibility, for stuff that gets put on the back burner that never should have been put on the back burner to begin with, because environmental values aren't as big a deal in a given community.
So I think there's two things you can do. One of my concerns is not that I'm not asking for more of the formula. I'm worried that the formula doesn't allow any exercise of discretion with respect to those agencies that aren't being negligent and are properly prioritizing their infrastructure improvements. But it doesn't really allow that discretion, because unless they're exceeding the standard of care, there's no reduction for the culpability. And the economic factor doesn't let you consider at all whether it was reasonable or not. So I'm actually asking for less and more discretion there, because I think in general regional boards probably do prioritize based on trying to figure out when they thought it was an unreasonable postponement or deferral.
Not always, historically, but
not always, but in many cases.
Well,
so I think that's my.
If we're looking at consistency, could you speak to, or Chris, what's going on right now?
If I understand your question, you're talking about consistency with respect to application of the policy to public agencies that may have infrastructure funding challenges?
I mean, there's a lot here. I tried to take notes. I was looking for the most recent comment letter, and I just have your old one, so I'm just trying to follow. But you're talking about the discretion that exists right now.
So what I would say is the boards have a lot substantial discretion under a variety of factors to make adjustments. So the culpability factor is one of those factors where if someone's meeting the standard of care or exceeding the standard of care, they can get a discount, but also ability to pay is a huge consideration.
Right.
And the board we have expert
Meeting the standard of care.
expert witnesses who testify at proceedings about whether the rates are average, the income per capita within the area. So if someone's spending, even if they make the wrong decisions maybe on spending, if they're spending, I mean, in hindsight, it's always 20/20, but if they're spending on average per capita income, what the average rates are, they would get an ability to pay deduction on a penalty in most cases. If their rates are lower than average and their per capita income is higher, they wouldn't get that kind of a reduction. So ability to pay is really where the focus of these comments, in my view, are analyzed by the regional boards. Does the agency, A, have the funding wherewithal to implement its capital plan, and then B, is it spending the money in the right places? Is it making the right choices with its expenditures, I guess? And then, thirdly is, can the ratepayers afford it? I mean, we have a huge variety where some ratepayers in disadvantaged communities pay way above the average for services. And then in wealthy communities, we have persons who pay way below the average. And so, those are I think the problems that we're trying to get at here are looked at in the context of the ability to pay analysis and also the economic benefit analysis. What would a reasonable person have done to avoid this violation? And how much did you save? How much money did you save because you did not do what a reasonable person did? In other words, compare this to what a compliant discharger did. And if you're doing everything the compliant discharger did and you have a very low economic benefit, that's another consideration the boards look at. So these two considerations that the boards do, I think, account for and allow the boards to apply the discretion necessary to meet and establish a fair civil liability in this context.
So how would this work? Let's say you have a capital improvement program and a particular facility is on the list, but it's lower on the list because folks have prioritized other things. But it's sitting there on the list, they just haven't gotten to it yet, and it just breaks earlier than it was supposed to, like, say, a big water feeder line near Pauley Pavilion in Westwood. I just think of one, everybody has a visual image of it, even though, I'm sorry, Jack, it is potable, and I don't think it went into a creek or anything anywhere, I hope.
It's just a hypothetical.
No, I don't think, no, but a lot of basketball fans were really sorely vexed. Well, it was a good floor, but now they have an even better floor. But that's not the kind of thing that this puts you in a straitjacket on. You're saying that the regional board would look at, was it not on the list at all? Was it continually pushed off? Can they take that into account?
What's the reasonable life? Is their capital improvement plan such that it would have been replaced, but it ruptured prematurely? Well, that would be an issue of culpability. But also then, is there cost avoidance associated with that would raise the penalty because there was an economic benefit gain? No, there isn't that there. So, there are many different moving parts, and the focus of the analysis needs to be under the right part. And what I'm saying is Mary Lynn's comments are relevant to the ability to pay analysis, the economic benefit analysis, and then sometimes the other factors as justice may require analysis. So in the case where I've had this happen with Santa Margarita Water District, I guess I shouldn't name names, but They had a project on their
Well, you
capital.
could tell another story if you shouldn't.
They
do
had a
their
project
name.
on their capital improvement list that was 5 years out. They had a premature rupture. We asked them to do an enhanced compliance action and accelerate that project on the capital improvement list that they were going to fund anyway. We gave them half credit for the project. They accelerated it. You know, those are the kinds of things that the regional boards look for when they're engaged with public agencies like this. So keeping things in the right box does matter.
And there's a pathway. See, and that's the thing is, in our experience, there's a pathway for all of the issues you brought up, you know, to be realized through this systematic approach that exists in the 2010 enforcement policy. And I think experience has shown we don't necessarily need to make great adjustments to that.
Help me understand why that doesn't work.
I think I agree with Chris where these changes would be most helpful. Definitely in the economic advantage and in the other justice factors. There is inconsistency, maybe not so much within a regional board, but among regional boards.
Sure.
With respect to the degree to which something sitting in a capital improvement plan for a particular period of time does indicate negligence versus complying with the standard of care. So I think that is the right place to make some text adjustments, and that's what I would advocate here, is some text adjustments to take into account the exact kinds of factors that Chris was talking about, but that just doesn't appear in the policy right now. I think the other thing we would support in that regard is smoothing out the enforcement curve, particularly for low and median harm liability, or more low and median high discharges, via a different mechanism that doesn't raise penalties so much. And they proposed a different Table 1 and showed different curves for that seemed to us to make a lot of sense, particularly in the context of, you know, mostly potable and treated.
Who proposed that? Who proposed that?
Did
Oh.
in there. And the last thing that would really help on that, I think, and Chris alluded to this too, is eliminating an arbitrary percentage cap on SEPs and ECAs. Obviously, the State Water Board needs to cover its enforcement administrative costs, but a 50% cap really prevents some of the fines and penalties coming back and being used for local priorities like upgrades to infrastructure.
No, that's true. I mean, my very first case dealt with that sort of issue at the federal level, but by the same token, you do need to have some penalty that really is a penalty. Otherwise, everyone would just wait until they get enforced against, and then they would do their capital improvement program.
Agreed.
So it's where's the right balance on that? 50-50
Agreed. I'm not
splits
sure
the
you
difference.
have to set that as a firm and hard percentage cap. Because I don't know. It doesn't seem like there's a firm and hard percentage that should apply in every scenario. It takes into
Yes, we do. This was a major point of discussion in 2010 because previous to the 2010 enforcement policy, there was no cap at all on SEP. And we found that a lot of the SEPs were being implemented, fully utilizing 100% of the penalties, and there was very little tracking of how those projects actually resulted in benefit, how those, and so this was a significant change that was made in the 2010 policy, and I would object to any removal of a cap.
Yeah, I think also, I mean, that's right. And, you know, there was a lot of discussion about this, folks, in 2010. The regional boards weighed in. I was on the regional board. And I'm sympathetic to the issue of this cap thing because I wanted the funding to stay in the region, you know. And so we advocated against it, too. In the end, I see the wisdom of it. And also earlier today, you saw how the state board is using those funds to provide safe drinking water to people that don't have access to it in our state. And so, you know, having these funds has turned out to be an incredibly critical safety net for Californians, and you know, and it's bigger than just the issue of 50%. And like Board Member Dodek said, that has been deliberated, and I think it's a solid part of this policy.
Can we go back to your first comment, and Chris, if you could respond on the potential to harm Class A, I think there was a suggestion about moving things into a different category. And I'm trying to track it on this change sheet or in the corrected version. Could you pull out that section?
One example would be the insertion of the word potential. I believe it is in the
Page 6.
Yeah, on page 6, and it really is talking about no longer are we talking about potential harm and threat of imminent and substantial harm. Now we're talking about potential harm and potential threat of harm, and we see that in a number of places, which seems, and according to staff presentations, is intended to really ease that burden. And I think some of that language, and I don't know if it's intentional, but I think some of that language eases the burden too much, so that we have now taken the focus off of harm, and harm is the thing. And I think there's some fairly simple fixes to that, as I indicated. I would move the language that's in step 2, factor 2, up to step 2 generally, so that it's clear that it applies to all 3 factors in step 2, and then try to scrub some gratuitous potentials out of there, so that we're...
That's right. So you in the discussion of the economic.
And actually, let me respond to that, because we had quite extensive discussion of this particular matter too, and my understanding was that it is a 2-step process. Well, it's a multi-step process, but the first step is simply to say, and the language that's right in front of me is, Class A priority violations are those violations that potentially posed an immediate and substantial threat to beneficial uses, blah, blah, blah. And then step 2. So step 1 is just to flag those and say there's it potentially poses an immediate and substantial threat. And then part 2 in part B is to say, okay, now what is the extent of the impact to the beneficial uses? So it's a 2-step process, and I would argue against putting the onus to establish the extent of impact before you even flag an issue as something to be considered for potential enforcement action. So I would say, so I actually support the way the staff is proposing right now, with part A simply being to say, flag it as a potential immediate and substantial threat. And then part B is to say, now look and determine the extent of impact before you determine whether and how to proceed with enforcement. So it's a very methodical approach.
That's the way I read it, at least. Well, we should, I have said I have other speakers, so I also want to, you can answer this, but then we should go to the next speaker, because we'll obviously have more conversation after we've heard from everybody, and I suspect other people will want to comment too. So as much as it would be good to just talk with you all day.
Yeah, no, I concur with her assessment. It is a methodical process, but it casts a much bigger net in step 1 than it's currently being cast. And, arguably bigger than Porter Cologne says, in that but it's only step 1, right? It's only step 1. So I'm not saying you're enforcing when Porter Cologne says you can't, but a bigger net than Porter Cologne says, because you're not just picking up threats.
Well, thank you. Thanks for flagging those. That was illuminating. We'll come back to things. Ms. Meyer, followed by Mr. Boland, followed by Gabriela Enriquez from Community Water Center.
Afternoon.
Afternoon.
Board members, Chair Marcus, my name is Sue Meyer. I'm here on behalf of California Water Association, its member agencies, and its member utilities and water agency clients as well. I'm going to actually go off my script for just a second and comment on the deterrence aspect of the water quality enforcement policy, and just encourage you to consider the importance of not only deterrence in an enforcement policy, but also the importance of incentives and rewarding good behavior. And I think that some of the changes that have been incorporated in this March 23rd draft do a good job of that. And some of my other comments will actually be directed towards that. But I think we have plenty of social and psychological resource and good policy reasons to be sure to fold in rewards and incentives. The revised enforcement policy seems to increase the number of violations classified as Class A priority violations, and therefore will ultimately increase the number of enforcement actions and penalties. And while it's stated in responses to comments that that's not expected, in fact, we anticipate that the sheer increase in the number of Class A priority violations may well be used as a justification for increasing, for a request to increase enforcement staff at the state board or at the regional board levels.
Well, I wouldn't say that would be the justification. I think without any changes, we would be justified in asking for a huge increase on our enforcement staff because it's a pittance compared to what we really need.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
Yeah, we wouldn't want to conflate those issues because
It's not a giant empire.
This is a constant concern in discussions with other regional board members and executive staff at each regional board.
I mean, and it's important, obviously, we've been talking about environmental harm, but the level playing field aspect of it, I mean, just my experience has always been that we got way more enforcement requests and tips from other industries and businesses than we ever did from the environmental community or anywhere else. I mean, we're not actually able to do our level playing field work because of the lack of resources. So, in any event.
Okay.
Just saying as a general principle.
Well, fair enough. Most of these things are somewhat can be a burden on staff, and we recognize that there may be despite what the response to comments have pointed out, that there would be no increase in enforcement staff. We think that there would be an increase in enforcement staff and a concomitant increase in enforcement actions when you compound that with an increased number of Class A priority violations. But we don't see anything in the record that really establishes substantial evidence for increasing the numbers of kinds of Class A priority violations, other than to say that it comports with what the existing practice apparently is. And we note that the policy itself, response to policies, comments at the February 7th hearing, all stated that the policy would not increase fines. And I think as Jack remarked, and possibly also Adam may have remarked, it's become clear since then in our evaluation that increase in fines would be a predictable result of the increase in Class A priority violations, higher multipliers, and higher per gallon penalties for high volume dischargers. And almost everybody, if not every regulated community commenter, has made the comment that we are expecting increased fines as a result of the revised policy. And we don't find any substantial evidence for increasing the fines in the initial statement of reasons or in the policy itself. In fact, as we understand it from the last hearing on February 7th, discharger compliance has been increasing since adoption of the 2010 policy. And Chair Marcus, you commented that there's nothing saying that the fines that we have right now are exactly the right fines and that simply changing the fines would therefore make them wrong. But I think the fact that we have increasing compliance since original adoption of the enforcement policy suggests that the fines are appropriate as they are now, and that increasing them does not necessarily serve any purpose. So towards that end, we again support the revised penalty calculator table that was submitted by CASA as an alternative to what we understand is a concern trying to smooth out that penalty curve, in particular between steps 4 and 5. With regard to compliance history, the March 23rd draft incorporates recommended revisions, which we greatly appreciate, and that consider discharger compliance history when prioritizing enforcement actions and limiting to 5 years that look back on discharger on violations. One thing that actually Jack addressed that, I think. Compliance history, however, is just one of the several factors in the penalty calculator that have been changed since the 2010 policy. That was raised to minimum of 1.1 for violators with a history of violation, and we are concerned with an across-the-board 10% penalty for a history of violations. We think there should be more discretion afforded to the boards, to the regional boards with regard to that penalty. And again, if you think that deterrence works to shape behavior, here I would encourage you to consider also, as in the other multipliers, adopting or keeping at the 0.75 multiplier for compliance history. While it may not be that a discharger that has a good compliance history should deserve to be rewarded, it just may be good policy to reward a discharger with a good compliance history. And
Thank you.
I will end it at that.
Thank you. Mr. Boland, followed by Ms. Enriquez, followed by Steve Jepson from SCAP.
Thank you, Chair Marcus, board
Hi.
members. I'm David Boland, Association of California Water Agencies. We appreciate the fact that the staff has worked so closely with the regulated community in such a tight time frame to improve this document substantially from the way it was before. We appreciate a lot of the revisions and a lot of the compromises. We appreciate all the compromises, actually. And we appreciate the way the staff kind of walked through those specific changes and provided the rationale for why they didn't come completely the direction that a lot of the discharge community, the water community would like to have seen. I just wanted to underscore a couple of things that we appreciated. One is the human right to water language that was a negotiated piece of work that we think really clarifies the facts on the ground and does focus on the idea of drinking water violations being important, that human health is a very significant focus for what we're trying to do here in California in terms of the human right to water and protecting people's health. And we also appreciate the high volume discharge changes that occurred in the case prioritization language and the violators' conduct factors that were all clarified, and even some of the multipliers that kind of, I guess, came a little our direction. There are a couple of things that we remain concerns that have been articulated by CASA and California Water Association folks, and they've been noted before. The fundamental one is this $2 to $10 range, the $2 kind of presumptive factor. I guess we would like to have had the language a little bit more clear that that's the place that we believe should be the place to start, and that the discretion should obviously be retained by the water boards based on all the factors that are articulated in that section. So we would have liked a little bit more clarification about the $2 baseline, I guess, or place that would sort of be a presumptive factor. And then the idea of 50,000 gallons as a threshold as opposed to 100,000 gallons. We find that there are existing WDRs and water code sections that support that number as opposed to the 100,000 number. We appreciate the work that was done by the staff to try to justify the 100,000. Again, it's kind of a line call. As we're pointing out here, a lot of the numbers are intended to kind of send a policy signal as much as they are hard thresholds, and that there is a lot of discretion that's reserved for the regional boards as they build a case on an individual case-by-case basis, and that conversation has been very robust today. So we understand the fact that the staff is on that 100,000, we think 50 is a better number. And then finally, this idea of potential threat as opposed to the actual threat, and the fact that the water boards have tremendous discretion, but they need to build a pretty good case. I appreciated the way Chairperson or Board Member Doda unpacked the fact that there is this kind of two-part analysis that has to occur, and we are concerned, of course, about this. I guess you call it ephemeral case that could be made about discharges that may have a potential to threaten water quality benefits, and that there wouldn't be a lot of backup for moving to that next section on enforcement. And so we would have liked a little bit more clarity, I guess, on that part as well. And then finally, on the history of violations, we think a distinction between the type of violations is important, and that they should be similar violations, and that should be the basis for the 1.1 factor, as opposed to, say, record-keeping violations that are relatively minor and that may have occurred within the 5-year period. And we do see that distinction brought out in the phrase, but again, there's a little ambiguity there, and we would like to have be focused primarily on similar types of significant, we believe, violations, as opposed to less than significant or, not similar violations. Violations in kind, I guess, is the principle that we'd like to see unpacked a little bit on the history side.
Yeah, I can add all reasonable things to want. I can just see the challenge of doing it from the other way, or justifying it doing the other way, or straight. Yeah, I see more problem with limiting it. I can understand why people want it, and the question has got to be just a belief in the discretion and the prioritization of cases that our regional boards are going to bring, or we're going to bring. But that's going to be a later set of comments from me on what I want to know. And I agree with Mr. Link and others that we actually need to be more mindful and watch the quality of the cases that are coming, because we only see a fraction of them if they're appealed. And I think the enforcement team probably has a broader narrative of what's happening. But the notion of watching for those, whether ephemeral or seemingly not the best choice cases, is something we should be doing. I'm not sure tinkering with the words is the issue that will guarantee that, as much as being mindful and watching it. And there's a cost to doing some of these changes too, but I can understand why people would want them.
Yeah, and I'll just chime in that we do liaison with the regional boards and attend enforcement hearings now and then, and so we get a firsthand experience on how these factors are publicly discussed.
You watch them, think about it, right?
Yeah, and so I find the policy sets things up for a good discussion, and there really is a great deal of discretion and thought that goes into, and so the staff recommendations are often modified, not always, based on these type of public discussions, and very akin to the points that you all have been bringing up today. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. That was a good summary. Ms. Enriquez, followed by Mr. Jepson, followed by Laura Pagano on behalf of BACWA.
Hello, my name is Gabriela Enriquez, here on behalf of the Community Water Center to express support for the water quality enforcement policy update. Impacts to drinking water supplies pose serious public health concerns. For this reason, we appreciate the staff's willingness to work with us to ensure the human right to water is incorporated throughout the policy and is used as one of the prime criteria for enforcement actions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Jepson, followed by Ms. Pagano, followed by Sean Bothwell from the California Coastkeeper Alliance, who then is followed by Debbie Webster from Seville. Hi.
Chair Marcus and Board, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. Excuse me. I'm Steve Jepson, Executive Director for the Southern California Alliance of Publicly Owned Treatment Works, affectionately known as SCAP. We represent over 80 public agencies in 7 counties of Southern California. Our agencies safely collect, convey, and treat 2 billion gallons of wastewater every day, producing recycled water and renewable energy. This essential service is provided reliably 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We greatly appreciate the opportunities the board and water board staff have offered us to provide input on the proposed enforcement policy. While the policy has been modified slightly as a result of these meetings, much of the input about our major concerns has not been included in the latest enforcement policy. Our issues of greatest concern are the following elements. High volume per gallon assessment, pages 14, 15. For high volume discharges, the proposed policy changes the fine assessment from $2 per gallon to a range of $2 to $10 per gallon, as you well know. That's a 5-fold increase potentially. This will result in higher penalties if implemented, when in fact, spills have already been trending down under the current policy. We recommend keeping the current maximum of $2 per gallon for high volume discharges. And with all due respect to staff, I think I have a correction on the previous statement that the existing policy for high volume discharges is $2 to $10 per gallon.
In the statute, isn't it? Just pull it closer.
The statutory maximum in the statute is $10. To the extent that it was implied there was a limit of $2 in the policy, that would be inconsistent with the statute.
So reading from the current policy under high volume discharges, it says in most cases, the water boards shall apply the above per gallon factor to the maximum gallons allowed under the California Water Code for violations involved. Since the volume of sewage spills and releases of stormwater from construction sites and municipalities can be very large for sewer spills and releases of municipal stormwater or stormwater from construction sites, a maximum amount of $2 per gallon should be used. So we're looking at a potential big change. The other issue we have of concern is the definition of high volume discharges. You've heard that mentioned before. We recommend adjusting the definition to 50,000 gallons to 2 million gallons. This would be consistent with the following state policies. Water Code 13529.2A, which stipulates a discharge of 50,000 gallons of tertiary recycled water as a notification threshold. Also, State Board Water Board Order WQ 2013-0058, exec amending the monitoring and reporting program for the statewide WDR. This references 50,000 gallons as a threshold for requiring an SSO technical report and water quality sampling plan. So these are two examples of legislative policy justification for a 50,000 gallon threshold where we have not been able to find any reference to a 100,000 gallon threshold in any policy written. And finally, degree of culpability. Table 4, page 1718. The proposed multiplier for degree of culpability is 0.75 to 1.5. The current policy has a range of 0.5 to 1.5. The proposed policy increases this minimum multiplier, lessening the flexibility of enforcement staff to lower overall fines for agencies that have a history of excellent performance. SCAP recommends no change to the existing policy for degree of culpability, keeping the multiplier range of 0.5 to 1.5. In summary, the proposed enforcement policy increases fines on one end, while with regards to the degree of culpability, lowers the potential for fine relief by staff on the other end. I want to emphasize that many of SCAP members have invested millions upon millions of dollars in capital projects to provide multiple levels of redundancy at treatment and pump stations, parallel force mains, replacement and rehabilitation of pipeline systems, and maintenance equipment to prevent spills, contain spills, and clean up spills. SCAP's larger member agencies donate staff with expertise, training facilities, and programs, and equipment to help smaller agencies with less funding prevent, and respond to spills. SCAP has 6 different technical committees that are chaired and staffed by volunteer agencies from the larger member agencies. In our high-performing agencies, the elected officials, the managers, and the operators all pride themselves on being the best in the business, competing annually for local and state and sometimes even countrywide awards of excellence.
And international awards.
International, too. Performance and professionalism in the water, wastewater public agency sector has never been better. Our spills are down. On behalf of these agencies, we are asking that the board does not approve the proposed enforcement policy as it is currently written. SCAP would support the policy with the revisions that we just described. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chris, will you remind me the 100,000 you talked about, where the 100,000 came from?
Just to address Steve's 2 standards directly, those are the minimum standards in those 2 policies that require reporting, and essentially, like, that's the littlest thing that matters, a 50,000 gallon spill. So to set a threshold for minimizing a liability at the minimum standard that requires reporting under WQ 2013-0058, or a technical report, or reporting under 135292A, and that's a little thing, right? It's the minimum standard. So we didn't think that was an appropriate number. Plus, the regional boards have universally sort of come to, I guess I shouldn't say that. Universally is the wrong choice of words. With very few exceptions, the boards have pretty much landed around that 100,000 number. As Matt indicated before, we've only had 2 cases where the board has applied the high volume discount below 100, and that was at 80 or 90,000 gallons. And only 1 case where they have not applied it over 100, and that was 130,000 gallons.
So they have the ability to.
So that's where the regional board's application of the policy has come down. And hence the basis for the offer of the 100,000. From my own sense, and there's no scientific, this is not an engineer's assessment, and for sure I'm not an engineer, but basically 100,000 gallons times $10 a gallon is $1 million. And so basically, if that's where we want to start normalizing penalties to make them more realistic when we're looking at what's a maximum civil liability. Of course, the multiplier per gallon is only one of many mitigating factors that you go through. Harm to the environment being very significant. To get a 10 on harm for the environment, you basically got to discharge a very toxic material that results in a long-term beach closure or fish kill and not do any cleanup or response. So it's just one of many of the factors that apply. So the 100,000, it's not an engineering or scientific-based standard, but it is something that we thought a lot about and put some thought into.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Oh, and then on the $2, so I'm confused because in the red line strikeout, I see between 2 and 10 in the existing policy, but we just got testimony that 2 was actually the maximum per gallon in the 2010 policy.
I'm not sure using the term maximum is appropriate. In the 2010 policy, the language that Steve read was correct. It said in most cases, the board should use $2 as the multiplier, as the per gallon. And so that was the qualification in most cases.
Yeah, well,
and that's the safety, and that's the safety valve essentially that allows the statutory language to be something that is upheld and is not inconsistent, or the policy is not inconsistent with the statute. Here, what we're saying, we're making that more explicit. We're saying that the board has the discretion to set those amounts between 2 and 10. It's just a little more transparent way of saying that what we said before. I mean, we can't say there's or I'll leave this to Chief Counsel Lawfer, but I don't believe the board has the discretion to set a maximum of $2 per gallon.
All right. Can we proceed to the next one? Ms. Pagano, followed by Mr. Bothwell, followed by Ms. Webster.
Good afternoon.
Sorry, I've let people go a little bit long, but I was really trying to understand, particularly because of the procedural point we're at. So I apologize to those of you who are really hungry, but wanted to.
Good afternoon, Chair Marcus and members of the board. Thank you very much for this opportunity to testify. I'm Laura Pagano. I'm here representing BACWA, the Bay Area Clean Water Agencies. BACWA represents 37 different agencies in the Bay Area, which collectively serve over 7 million residents. I also want to express my thanks to the opportunities to work with Board Member Tam Dodak, as well as staff members. It's been very helpful to be sure that we're all talking about, exactly the points where we may not agree, instead of clearing up all the misunderstandings and getting us focused on what the real issues are. I think the presentation that Chris gave us was very good. It definitely helped bring focus and attention to the places where I think you guys need to make your decisions. I did want to add one clarification to the presentation, and that is in the list of who is participating in various different meetings, that BACWA did participate in the February 15th meeting, and then also in the March meeting where we had the regulated community, and that the comments that were submitted by CASA were done so on behalf of a number of organizations. We got together and really pared down our requests so that we could all agree on them. And so those comments that were submitted by CASA were done so on behalf of several groups, including BACWA. The major issue for BACWA is on this high volume per gallon assessment, and so that's what I'll be directing most of my comments to. The current policy does actually say that a maximum amount of $2 per gallon should be used. That sets the presumption or the starting point. So when the regulators are going to be in an enforcement action, are going to be starting their calculations. Right now, today, what they'll put in is $2 and then go up or down from there. So it's a real starting point that matters in terms of where your endpoint will be. That doesn't mean that that flexibility to go up to 10 isn't there. The current language also says, where reducing these maximum amounts results in an inappropriately small penalty, a higher amount up to the maximum per gallon amount may be used. So that, the fact that the range goes all the way up to $10 per gallon is acknowledged in the current policy. Now, what the proposed changes want to do, it seems to us as the regulated community, is that you're changing a starting point of $2 to gallon to a range of 2 to 10. So what was a presumptive, ceiling is now a floor. And then, it goes from 2 to 10 as the starting point. You can pick a number in between there to begin. So as the current practice is, I believe testimony from staff was that most of the time for these high volume discharges, you are in fact starting at 2. That's the current practice. That's what the vast majority of folks do. If we change this policy in this way to have the starting point be a range instead of a starting point of 2, it's not too hard to imagine that you're going to get higher starting points for, these high volume discharges. And that will result in higher fines. And it's not that you made the point, Chair Marcus, that, just because we're doing it this way doesn't mean we shouldn't change it. But we've seen no justification in changing the starting point for these high volume discharges. Certainly doubling, tripling, quadrupling, when you have 2 to 10, that kind of sets people's boundaries. And I just haven't seen the justification for why we'd want to change what the current practice is in this way. So that remains a really big outstanding issue for the BACWA members. I will make 2 other points, however. The first is that we would support the folks who are making the argument for the lower bound on the high volume to 50,000. That seems reasonable to us. And then on the degree of culpability, it appears that given the few instances that folks have done something less than, the 1.0, that the current practice at the regional boards is that they don't have any problem, exercising their discretion. I don't see the justification for decreasing the range of their discretion to, a 0.7 on there as opposed to keeping it right where it is at 0.5. It seems like the regional boards are able to make a determination about when that happens, and I haven't heard a good reason why we need to restrict their ability to reward good actors in this way. So those are the substance of my comments, and I certainly would be happy to answer any questions.
No, thank you for focusing it. We'll come back to those, I'm sure. Thank you. Mr. Bothwell.
Good afternoon, Chair Marcus, board members. My name is Sean Bothwell. I'm the Policy Director for the California Coastkeeper Alliance. We support many of the proposed changes to the policy and really want to thank staff for meeting with us and clearing up some of the concerns we had earlier late last year. While we support the changes in the policy, California Coastkeeper Alliance strongly believes that the State Water Board needs to start making this fundamental change to focusing more on enforcing water quality standards. But getting back specifically to the policy provisions, we do not want to see the threshold for high volume discharges changed. I've heard the 50,000 gallon number being thrown out there. We think that's inappropriate, and we really feel like staff, did their due diligence, looked at what regional boards have done in the past, and really hit the right spot with the 100,000 gallons. Second, it should remain clear that the regional boards have that discretion between $2 and $10. The State Water Board should not put some type of presumptive $2 ceiling on the multiplier. And as staff communicated, this language change really just provides transparency of what the statute actually requires. Finally, the State Water Board should not allow the culpability multiplier to fall below 1. As Mr. Kerrigan said in his presentation, the culpability multiplier is expected to be an enhancement factor, not a mitigation factor. And if that's the case, then 1 should be the floor. And so we'd request that it go back to a 1.0 culpability multiplier, but in no case do we think it should fall below the 0.75. I'll close by reminding everyone that for CCKA, again, we really want to see the State Water Board take this fundamental shift to really prioritizing enforcing water quality standards. We really look forward to working with State Water Board members and staff to continuing to make enforcement the most effective to help improve water quality. And as Chair Marcus pointed out, really identifying where those big beans are at so that we can be as effective as possible. Thank you.
Webster? Thanks for hanging in there.
Good afternoon, Chair Marcus. Debbie Webster with the Central Valley Clean Water Association. And I want to also start by just...
Can I say, your voice is even softer than some?
It's...
I'm going to ask Janine to check the volume. Everybody's a little quieter. Well, how come everybody sounds quieter? Is it my ears? Your ears. You had trouble. But I can hear you. It's just...
It was quiet back there when I was sitting back there.
It just doesn't feel as loud as usual.
Okay,
so,
I'll try to talk a little bit.
Just be a little closer to it. I know it's hard.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
So thank you. I want to thank Board Member Dodak and the staff for meeting with us and engaging with us. And I would say, I think that the stakeholder processes have been done better, that we took so long and got so far into this policy to actually start really engaging with stakeholders. I think that it could have been, and hope that it will be. And I liked Adam's Link's suggestion that no matter how we move forward, that we take a look at things, but we do it through a stakeholder process rather than straight before the board and then always having to react. So, but I do appreciate that time to be able to do that. Anyways, I want to respond to just a few things because I think a lot of the points, would be repetitive. But Board Member Moore, you had said about the changes in the policy, and I just want to really make it clear is the changes that we see in the drafts that we're seeing right now are based upon the revised staff proposal that came out in October, not the 2010 policy. And the 2010 policy, if you looked at the change between that and the October, was a very wholesale change. I mean, it is more red line than it is not. And so there is some huge differences in what the policy was, what the approaches were, and what there is now. And so even though it looks like small changes, and I will say a lot of them, I appreciate that we've seen. They have been improvements based upon the discussions. And so when we go to this, when we talk about this less than 5 or between 5 and 10, I think one of the things I heard clearly from the board and even with our discussions is it is there is discretion there, but it is a little bit of a signal. And so when we look at it and it said, hey, when you looked at a signal or $2 or less, and now it's between $2 and $10, that's a big change. But I think that the signal that I heard based upon those meetings is that, hey, $2 is a starting point, and whether you go less or more, it's up to you. And so we're still giving this message, oh, you only have between this thing, or or you start here. And I think that the intention was not to do that. The intention was to say, hey, with these types of discharges, and they tend to be high volume, that you might be starting around $2 and then going up or down depending upon what the cases matter. I actually think the prior language works better than this does. And so we are recommending that prior language. Another place where I feel like it's partially the language is when we talked about the prioritization, and that actually was a very good discussion that we had with the board staff, because really in the current policy, the way it is, hey, the things that are really impacted beneficial uses, those are our top priorities. These things that have, can have impacts, but might be more chronic, those are less. And then the stuff that really is not going to impact are a little bit more, recognizing that things could go beyond, one way or the other. And I appreciated the opportunity to talk with staff saying, hey, what we're trying to do is put these in the category so they can be looked at differently. When you put them in a category and then you label them Class A, and they may not or they may be, that is where there tends to be some angst. And so, I would say with that, maybe the way that you label it instead of a Class A is, categories for further evaluation, or change the wording around so that you're not saying, hey, this is really important before you've actually made that judgment and been able to go through those.
We've already used STEP, so we can't use STEP. So
I know.
No, it's a fair point.
But you know what
Words, yeah, I totally know what you mean.
But yeah.
I do.
Anyways, I guess I'll just spend my last minute just saying, we do appreciate the ability to be able to talk about this. I think it warrants a more discussion before adoption, and so that's why we're making that recommendation. Should you move forward, I would say definitely incorporate let's take a look at this through more of a stakeholder process. Certainly that the different culpability factors, where we talked about the maximum, this 50,000 gallons, those factors I think you should highly consider and should be adopted into the permit into the permit, excuse me, let's try that again, into the policy, because it is true. When you do look at this, except for in very, very high cases, really everything ends up being 30, 50, twice as much in your initial enforcement assessment, and that's a concern.
Why not say a range of 2 to 10 starting at 2? Given that that's what people do. I think people are afraid that people are going to start at 5, and the answer is that they don't. Is there any comfort language you could come up with? I mean, I'm comfortable that you
should elect to use a value of $2 per gallon with the above factor and determine the per gallon amount for ... and then to us. So the challenge here was one of reconciling potentially inconsistent language, maximum of $2 with the statute that doesn't provide for that in the last policy.
No, I'm not saying it should say maximum. It shouldn't.
And but to us, that so I can propose language that would. So I feel it's inappropriate to have a presumption of $2 that the regional board has to overcome or rebut.
No, I'm not saying that either.
I do feel like a recommendation, bringing back some of the language from the 2010 policy that's saying in most cases the water board should elect to use a value of $2, and instead of specifying the range, because the boards have used the range when they want to anyway, because later we have the important saving language in this provision that says that that where it would using $2 would result in an inappropriately small civil liability, the higher amount up to the statutory maximum should be used. That's what the regional boards did. Now, I will say, the regional board staff and the regional boards believe that it is within their discretion to apply a range of 2 to 10. They believe that. So why not say it? Because that's what they believe. So, I mean, I understand there's a lot of fear and trepidation over saying what the statute really means and the discretion that the boards really have. And so, but I still believe that's what the statute says, and the board should have the discretion, and saying that they have the discretion within that range is the most transparent and appropriate approach to take. So, I mean, I stand by my recommendation, but that being said, I feel like we can offer workable compromise if the board believes the concerns expressed by the regulated public have merit.
Well, it'd be interesting. I mean, I think a lot of this goes back to the initial conversation with Adam Link, and I know it is the responsibility of advocates and lawyers to look at worst case scenarios and be worried about it. It's what we're all taught to do. I don't, until it starts happening, I'm less concerned because I don't think we can insure against all of that other than through our powers of taking petitions and appeals on unreasonable, and we don't take many because we don't get many. If I had examples of, egregious examples of regional boards coming up with crazy high penalties, the ones I've seen, and I haven't been at as many now, I was in years past, they've tended to knock them down so considerably you wonder whether they're enough. But it just, again, it's so case specific. I think part of my series of requests I had even before coming in here are not necessarily even tied to the decision, but I just would like all of us to be more aware of what kind of enforcement action, and we have a briefing already set up, but what types are we doing by region? What are they? I agree with Mr. Bothwell that the good beans or the water quality cases that you can explain to people what the environmental harm is, those are the winners in terms of the public discourse and deterrence. But I also think paperwork is incredibly important, and that institutional structure of the paperwork itself is the deterrent that keeps folks in line. So I think we need two, but I don't know what our total mix is and what kind of choices are being made because I only see the ones that get to us. So I do want us to do some follow-up, and I like Mr. Link's suggestion of seeing how it goes and having a closer awareness of what happens here. If all of a sudden we start seeing cases where the fines go way up and cases that don't seem to necessarily merit it, then I think we may need to revisit.
And I don't disagree with that at all. I think it's important to track that. And I'm more than happy to report back to the board in regular increments on the trends that in the regional board's application of this. But I think also it's important to understand the position that the Office of Enforcement is representing that's not at the microphone there today, which is the position of the regional boards and the non-governmental organizations that we've heard from, and the position that's articulated by Mr. Bothwell. So, again, we stand by our recommendation, but I understand if the board feels compelled by the arguments made by the regulated public, we can come up with a workable solution. I'm not sure the regional boards will be that happy with it.
Well, actually, not necessarily all board members would agree to that either.
Can I just finish? Sure. I was just asking you to give the argument back. I've moved on to, I don't think we're enforcing enough.
Yeah.
So honestly, I want to know what the regional boards need and what choices are being made to make sure that the limited resources we have are being targeted on the most important cases. I think we all need to know a lot more about what's going on, which I think the regional boards would probably like. I want to talk about SEPs, I want to talk about resource needs, I want to talk about how we follow up and monitor what's going on after a case is done or settled. I mean, I actually do think we need to be much more up to our armpits in this facet. We've been distracted by the drought and all kinds of stuff we do. I think we just need to know it. That's all I'm saying.
We do have, there is there are high-level summaries that the executive director report
Yeah,
gives.
that does, that
Very
doesn't
high
give
level.
me, I know,
Yeah.
that's interesting, but
Yeah.
it doesn't give me this sense of how it's
Yeah.
going that I want staff to be
Yeah,
able
it gives
to-
you a sense of
They
the
may already have it all.
content, but not those questions you have about follow-up and
If I could, let me follow up then on what the chair has articulated. With respect to the high volume discharges language, I mean, we've had extensive discussion with some of the stakeholders, with staff, and you know, I've thought about this and have tried to, you know, vacillate between, well, why change it? And what it boils down to me, I think, is going forward, and this is my simple engineering logic here, is we should say what we mean, especially in something like an enforcement policy. So while it may give some of the stakeholders, well, let's face it, the regulated community, some heartburn, the fact is a starting range of 2 to 10 is the practice. It's always been the practice, and therefore we should say that in the policy. So I would support staff on this. I think they've made a good faith effort to try to address those issues of concern, but it is what it is. I mean, this is the practice of looking at a range of 2 to 10 that the regional boards are conducting out there, and it is established in law. It's been standard, and so the enforcement policy should reflect that. But in response to what you just said, Chair Marcus, I absolutely agree that the tracking of enforcement activities and the reporting, I think, needs to be stepped up. There used to be an enforcement report that was done annually that at one time was required by the legislature, and I'm not suggesting we go back to that. And I know that it's been sort of somehow incorporated into the performance report that we have on the web. I would support at least, you know, a briefing, if not an update by staff, in terms of, you know, what is the status of that report, and looking forward, how do we do a better job of measuring our success in terms of enforcement actions. And by that, I don't mean the, you know, number of actions we take, the number of penalty, you know, we collected, but actually what do they actually result in? And so to the extent that we need to take that next step between bean counting the outputs of what we do to the actual outcome of what we're trying to accomplish by utilizing, you know, other tools that we have, you know, through the SWAMP program, through now Greg Gerhardt's shop. How do we leverage all these other tools we have and take our performance metrics from what we currently have been tracking, I hope, to that next level of what we actually accomplish. And I would welcome some suggestions, obviously, from all the stakeholders in this, but perhaps a further discussion with Greg Gerhardt and his staff in terms of how, going forward, let's put together some kind of a monitoring, tracking performance system for enforcement so that we have a better handle of how this policy is implemented and what actually results from it. Again, not from an output perspective, but from the actual result that we want to see.
I'd settle for the narrative, the story, but in the same vein.
Well, those are really good discussion points. I'm reminded sometimes, you know, if we use the CHP metaphor for enforcement, you know, how effective is the ticket giving as a deterrent versus just parking on the side of the highway in terms of public safety? And how do you track the effectiveness of just parking on the side of the highway in terms of accidents reduced? But, you know, in terms of getting to the heart of the matter and the outcome, the results we're hoping for. I mean, I'm pretty satisfied. Earlier today, for instance, the enforcement report on water conservation, you know, the SEPs and the type of participation at the local level. But you see that, you know, that's not real easy, you know, in an engineering mindset to make an index on effectiveness and outcome. But as the chair points out, it's a very effective narrative. You know, it tells a story about tools that are now in the community. Now they can track their own water use, and we know that's going to have a long-term reinforcing effect on a behavior like parking on the side of the freeway as opposed to actually running people down and giving them tickets. So yeah, I just want to, it's a cautionary note. I don't want us to get too much into the weeds on numbers and that sort of thing in enforcement, but I really strongly support this sentiment of elevating enforcement and creating that narrative around its effectiveness and suggestions on how to make it more effective to have outcomes, as Board Member Dodek points out. But I just wanted to add those nuances to the discussion. And there's also the testimony, about, I get it actually, I've half my career before being on this board was representing POTWs. I know the commitment there. There's no question, this board, we appreciate the commitment in our public agencies to protect public health and the environment. And we do notice the improvement in the culture change, especially with the SSOWDR, the mid-2000s, and the asset management that's been placed in, and taking real stock in the infrastructure certainly in the wastewater sector. We've really upped the game, set a standard for the country, and I think it's having a big effect in terms of the number of potential enforcement cases that the different regional boards are bringing about. And so really, updating the enforcement policy consistent with the language of the 2010 policy, it should not be read as the board being concerned with performance. It's more of a refinement exercise. This is in no way a reflection on the commitment of the publicly owned treatment works in our state, of which we have a great deal of pride and faith in those efforts.
If I may actually have one question for staff and perhaps a suggested change based on something Ms. Webster recommended. I did a quick search, and the term Class A and Class B are only, at least in my search, shown on page 11. So is there any significance whatsoever to that term Class A and Class B? Why not just get rid of it and just refer to priority violations?
That doesn't present any sort of issue for us. I mean, we're just talking about a process, and the terminology is something I think we need to have some way to differentiate for reporting through CWICs. So there's, it has to be yes, no, priority, not priority, Class A, Class B, 1, 2. So it could be priority or not priority in terms of the way we report it. But as far as the way the prioritization system works now, where we're not requiring mandatory formal enforcement for the higher priority violation, it doesn't matter what we call it.
So I would just note that previous versions of the enforcement policy, like 2002, it just did have priority and non-priority. We chose Class A and B, just kind of make a clear distinction between the current 1, 2, 3 that the current policy has. And so that's the reason why we came up with just A and B. It's a difference from 2002 and the way we had then, and then also the current policy where there's the 3 classifications.
But it's not referenced anywhere else except in that one section.
And it doesn't affect the substance. If your question is, does it affect the substance and is it a difficult change to make, I would say no.
And just get rid of it and call, these are the priority violations. Why do we need a Class A and a Class B?
Only to differentiate in our reporting systems, we need to have two classifications. It doesn't matter what we call them.
So just call one priority and one not.
So I will just give you my opinion that priority 1 or priority violations sounds worse than Class A to me, but that's just my opinion on it.
Yeah, and is this, in the enforcement roundtable or whatever we call that, is this something that regional board and working with state board, is Class A something used now, or now they're using the 1, 2, 3, and would this cause confusion in that deliberative process?
That's a good question. We're all laughing. Yes, it will cause some confusion, but is it something that we can't overcome? No. And I mean, just shifting from 3 to 2, I think, is generally viewed as a positive move because it's easier to differentiate between 2 classes than 3 and draw 1 line than 2 lines. So that, I mean, that's viewed by the staff as a very positive change. But as far, again, I keep coming back to what you call it doesn't matter as long as there's an ability to differentiate, because that's part of our process. This is an important thing to look further at.
Well, essentially, you're saying with Part A, these are the priority things we should look at, and then Part B, not class, but part, is you determine the extent of the impact to the beneficial use. So
It's like a two-step.
it's a two-step.
Not like a category.
It's not a category, so I would suggest eliminating Class A, Class B, and just say, okay, these are the priorities that we flagged, and then we do the Step B process.
I know, phase 1 and phase 2. What do you think?
God, no.
I'm with Tam on that one, sorry.
Step 1, step 2? Do you care?
We have a lot of different steps. I think it's
that's
important to, because the classification part, it is classification. That's what goes through, classification of the violation. So if we go to priority versus non-priority, I think if that's what the suggestion is, that makes sense. But that first part of the process is important. These are things we want to look at more closely.
But it's just that identification of things we want to look at more closely. It's not saying
These are the ones.
Ms. Webster, what was the language you recommended? Oh, were you making?
See, yeah, and also I don't like non-priority. You know, it will be important to me that if somebody is giving us annual reports over a period of 10 years, that's a big deal to me. You know, and even though they're not Class A or whatever we want to call it.
Class B.
Right, that would be a Class B, but enforceable. So I'm concerned about the use of non-priority.
Did you have something to offer, Ms. Webster, since I picked on your suggestion?
No, I appreciate actually the discussion on it. I think that I was going to say, I understand what you're doing. I then went to step 1 and after listening to your discussion, I was more like, yeah, why can't we just go to step 1, step 2, and these then are our priorities. And within there, you're going to have the boards going in and actually prioritizing them. So we're describing a process to me, and I understand on the CWIC's part because we did look at the class, 1, 2, 3, or class 1, 2, 3, or whatever in the past, and had put that as a way of prioritization. And then in talking with your staff, it was, no, we go through this 2-step process. So let's identify that this is our process for prioritization. And going back, that's why I liked your.
Yeah, I guess
I just read it again. I'm okay with Class A and Class B.
Okay. I mean, I think.
Get her point, though.
Yeah, her point is, I think the point is they're sensitive to the aspect of having a violation that may not have an impact on beneficial use be categorized as a Class A violation.
Right, but then but for the grace. I mean, it might not be one ultimately that one take, but I don't see a huge distinction in prioritization between the potential and actual. If you're trying to keep a system, you may not then choose to pursue it because you have higher priorities that also had an impact. That's just, maybe I'm just being a lawyer about it.
That was a substantive issue brought up today by the commenters, potential versus actual. And I think, Mr. Kerrigan, in your presentation, you did address this, which is really our surveillance capacity is not so sophisticated that we can discern potential from actual impact very clearly in most of our regulatory programs. And so that's why permit conditions are set up in a more preventive way. And so I think that's the spirit of this language, correct me if I'm wrong, that, by having potential in there, we're acknowledging that, our surveillance is really not omniscient. And and it's your school of fish example, but even more than that, it's the other organisms we don't even have toxicity data on, to even ascertain whether or not there's an impact. And so, there's a lot of, enforceability built into thresholds, numerics in our overall system that don't necessarily, the enforcement decision isn't come back based on actual physical evidence of harm in the environment, but a presumed impact by having discharges over a certain level or at a certain time. So I think we have to, the spirit of that is not to broaden the universe of enforcement cases, which is a legitimate concern and comment, but to acknowledge that we often don't have the ability to ascertain whether what kind of impact there was, but there may have been. So I think having potential is an important thing to keep.
I don't know if there are any other comments, but since we've beaten this thing about quite a bit now,
Yeah, important too.
I'm ready to move for adoption of this item with the corrected version of attachment A as noted in the draft resolution.
Is there a second?
I will second, but I want everyone to understand we hear the concerns, and I second the motion with the confidence that I've been in the regional board seat in this. I have confidence in that public process in implementing this proposed system in a fair and equitable, consistent way that folks are concerned about, and so I second the motion.
Thanks.
I'll just make a comment that I felt that this didn't get off on the right foot on stakeholder involvement, and I do appreciate all the time that Chris, you and your staff spent on this. I was involved in one of the meetings and do appreciate that you've been responsive. I find myself in the minority here, and I'm not going to vote against it, but I do think that some of the suggestions being posed, I would have been comfortable with. So I will just look forward to an update. And one other thing. Not really sure how to deal with the issue where we have input from regional boards on, and this isn't the first time that it's happened, where an item comes before us. And I almost feel like we're getting a message that the regional boards are going to have a problem with this. And so we don't have much latitude as a board if the regional boards are going to have a problem with it. So I for one, feel if it is that important that the regional boards should be here so that we could engage in a dialogue with them to find, especially on this issue about the starting point. I mean, I understand and appreciate being consistent with the statute and having this range. But if right now there was a starting point and part of what's been brought before us is to have consistency and to implement, the existing practice on an issue like that that's so important to some of the stakeholders, I think it'd be important to have a dialogue with the regional boards directly. And I know it's hard to tell exactly what those issues are going to be and, forcing people to come here from all over the state. But on an issue that, we continue to get concerns raised by the regulated community, I mean, I think what we're all hoping for is to have people be on board with, the policy and what are the rules of the road, so to speak, especially in light of the fact that, enforcement, it has been successful. So if it's been successful, why do we need to depart from that? I just feel more comfortable to hear directly from some of the regional boards that are really pushing for it.
Yeah, I would just add that doesn't have to happen here in front of the board. It can happen in briefings and stuff so that we know. It's interesting. I think I don't feel like I want to know how the regional boards feel, but I think if you talk to the regional board staffers, they think we don't defer enough. And I would say we have a job to do and we get to judge. I think it just varies with the issue, but I want to know what they think, but I think we have to make the decisions that are for us. But I'm not sure having them come and be here at a full board session is necessarily the most sometimes.
But what I'm hearing, and just, what I'm hearing as a board member, it's one thing to hear staff say this is something that regional boards support. And then as we have a dialogue to get pushback that this is something that they will have a problem with. That's kind of a higher level, like don't go, a strong recommendation, don't go past that bar. And in that instance, and as I said, it's hard to anticipate through a discussion when that would come up. But I get the impression with a comment like that, that really the board should not go against staff's recommendation because of strong pushback that you'd be getting from regional board. And in that instance, I'd just like to hear more about why do they feel so strongly about it. And in, with this specific case, with the language right now being a starting point at 2. So it's really a departure from what's in the policy right now. So if we need to make a change, why is it so important to make a change? It would just be helpful for me. I would have been fine with making some of the adjustments.
And I respect Board Member D'Adamo's comments and her position. I think I just wanted to clarify for the record that in moving this item, in supporting the changes and the proposal from staff, I didn't do that because of the comment that the regional boards would have a problem with it. It certainly, was a factor that staff raised, but again, I'm not doing this simply because of what Mr. Kerrigan said that the regional board might have a problem with. And the other thing that I think, I was not going to say this, but I think I'll just go ahead and say it anyway. This is an enforcement policy. And so this might be somewhat, I don't know, narrow-minded of me, but if all the regulated communities stand up and say we support the enforcement policy, I think I might have some concern with that.
I'm not looking for them to stand up and say that they support it. I'm looking to be responsive, and reasonable minds can differ. I was comfortable with it, so I wanted to make my comment because this is not the first time. I don't remember, it was a general order where it came up and staff pushed back hard. There's going to be a concern by the regional boards. And so, of course, we are an independent board and we are supposed to exercise our judgment. I just don't feel that it's appropriate. I think it's fine to make a recommendation and let us know that this is something the regional boards will have a concern with. But I'm just not comfortable when then it's a further pushback. No, they're really going to have a problem with it. Well, if they're really going to have a problem with it, what's the concern? And we should hear from them as to what's the problem. I don't glean from that a specific concern, just pulling out an example on the $2 issue in the information that we have before us.
I think that's fair. I think a lot of these issues are on the bubble. I mean, I could go either way. I think in general, as I said, I think I'm okay with what we have, but I think we have to monitor it carefully because if any of the fears are realized, not that there's just more fines or more cases, that I don't think is compelling, but if we start seeing cases that seem to start at 5 or something and all of a sudden you have a dramatic increase, I'd want to watch for that because the impression I have is that's not what we're expecting. I also feel that because it is the language in the statute, we should honor the language in the statute, but yeah, it is something, that's why I think we have to monitor it carefully. But I do think I can think of as many examples where someone did something or told us something about the regions and we totally disagreed. So, but I understand, and it's a very important point, and I would suggest you frame it differently when you're making a point in the future. Recommendation.
Yeah, I think it's also important to note that we don't often get briefed by the Office of Enforcement. There's a separation of function when it comes to enforcement matter. So, I think it's rare that the enforcement office brings a policy to us that is engaged in the kind of process that the Division of Water Quality, for example, is much more familiar with in terms of working with stakeholders, in terms of briefing us, in terms of, presenting items to us. So, I guess kudos to the enforcement team for this this first task and for stepping up. But I think moving forward, I think it does, it might be helpful, Mr. Kerrigan, for you to perhaps talk with Mr. Bishop or Mr. Oppenheimer and, get a better sense of how typical policy processes come before us, the stakeholder process that are engaged, and how we are briefed on this matter. So just something to keep in mind for the future. Some room for improvement, but thank you for the hard work.
All right. I have a motion and a second. Do we have more discussion? That was actually very useful. Thank you. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Carries. Thank you for all the time. Thank you all for all the time. All right. Interesting. I know, I'm really sorry. I didn't think it would take that long. Item number 10, board member report. Who would like to start? Okay. Board member Duduk is hungry.
I'll just do two quick things. Yesterday, April 3rd, I attended US EPA's Funding Stormwater, the Next Great Challenge, and folks came out from US EPA headquarters, as well as Dave Smith from Region 9, and our staff, Annalisa Kihara, Joe Karkowski, Wendelin Fua, and Lori Walsh from Region 9, dealing with a huge challenge of our time and some innovative approaches that are going on. We also coordinate with Nusha Ajami, who's on Region 2's board and a professor at Stanford Water in the West. So good discussions there. There's some parallels to groundwater agency formation that stormwater could maybe take a page out of, in terms of really addressing an infrastructure funding deficit. And let's see, last week on the March 30th, I attended with Secretary Ross a UC Davis and Milken Innovation Institute from Israel, looking at innovations in agri-tech and but also water efficiency and drip irrigation used on crops in the state. Not only those like tomatoes, which are about 70% of tomatoes are grown in drip irrigation in the state. But also some more cutting-edge experience with alfalfa, and the lessons learned and how that might work in a traditionally, check flood irrigated systems. So great technical overview of the challenges, but a great deal of opportunities in expanding drip irrigation in California, and it's great to hear from Secretary Ross.
So the chair and I were on a tour last week of the Tuolumne River, and it was hosted by Sustainable Conservation. And we talked a little bit about alfalfa and drip as well. We had quite a few of their board members, but joining as guests, aside from ourselves, were representatives from the Turlock Irrigation District and Patrick Copel from the Tuolumne River Trust. And I thought it was just a really good discussion. We pulled over and looked at some restoration projects, not just on the Tuolumne, but also on the confluence of the Tuolumne and the San Joaquin River. And I'm hearing more and more about the interest by some of the NGOs to be looking at restoration opportunities on the San Joaquin as well. So that was an interesting tour.
Well, and we learned about squeakers, although you probably knew about squeakers. But squeakers are great. That's all I'm going to say, and I won't explain it further.
Little plug for Hilmar cheese.
Yeah.
Okay, and then just two other things. Several of us were at the Water Foundation sort of kickoff celebration. And so just want to, maybe say this publicly. It was exciting to be there for their event. And I had just been on that Salton Sea tour that the Water Foundation put on. So I know.
It was a room full of people who can reach across aisles to get stuff done. Just seeing the room made me feel hopeful.
I went there thinking I'd be there for half an hour, and I was there most of the night.
Yeah, it
so
was really
it
great.
was really good. And then on the 23rd, I was a speaker at the UC Davis Rangeland Science Symposium. And this is a 2-day event focused on collaboration and partnerships. So they had one panel on partnerships on public lands, another one on private. And I was there to talk about really encouraging them to move forward with the development of this new program. It's a grazing water quality partnership. And this partnership is really in response to our 2015 resolution that we adopted when we departed from GRAP. And so the next stage was really directing our staff to work with the regional boards and all of the stakeholders and encouraging UC Davis and the stakeholders to sort of dust off that old document that had been used, the Rangeland Management Plan. So this is a plan that had been developed quite some time ago. It's outdated, and so they've taken us up on our suggestion, and Ken Tate with UC Davis is leading the effort, and this was an opportunity for it to be unveiled. And so I encourage them to move forward. Staff has just been really terrific. They've been involved in the discussions. Phil Crater, Paul Hahn, and
great.
others were there.
Great.
And I do think that it's being developed with the thought of staff eventually bringing it to us for sort of our blessing to encourage that regional boards would be utilizing it as a tool, non-regulatory in conjunction with their regulatory programs. And I think we all got the message that Central Sierra Environmental Resource Council filed a lawsuit on some grazing issues in the Stanislaus Forest. And so I just really find this as, an opportunity, just one tool out of many. So I know Region 5 and Region 6 are looking at taking some regulatory action on the development of a program for forest lands, but this would be an important component because, of course, they're looking at private and public lands.
That sounds great. I had just heard about that at a cattleman thing. I hadn't known about it. That's great. Just the Tuolumne tour was great, and it was great to actually get out in the field and see people who were working together to actually try and do something on the ground that would help fish. And then the next day I went to the Salmon Restoration Federation and spoke, and that was a room full of people who spend all day actually doing the projects, and it was pretty inspiring. I mean, it was kind of an amazing group to just be in their presence, because it was more doers actually trying to do stuff together, and there were people from the timber industry there and from other industries, but a lot of fleece and a lot of caps and a lot of patches on things, and a lot of smiles, which was nice. But it was actually nice to be able to spend some time. And then about to be sworn in board member Esquivel and I are going to go on another field trip up to the rice area to look more at things like the Naguri project that we saw. So I'm looking forward to a little suite of being out in the field, looking at the art of the possible on the ground these 2 weeks, which will be nice.
Sorry, I actually do have one thing to add if you're done.
Yep.
A reminder that one of the storms projects was a proposal from CASCA to perhaps file a petition with DTSC in the Consumer Products Program for zinc to address the issue of zinc in tire, and the municipality is concerned about meeting their TMDL requirements. Recently, the International Zinc Association and the Rubber Manufacturers Association, I believe, have gotten wind of this potential project, and so they are starting to be engaged in discussion with not only our storm staff, but also with CASCA and the implementation committee. So I attended a meeting where we had a pretty detailed discussion about the CASCA proposal and the Zinc and Rubber Manufacturing Association's concerns, and also their additional input that they have with respect to the state of the science and with respect to things that they are potentially exploring with U.S. EPA to address zinc in a different way. So you'll probably hear more about that in the months to come. I think the storm staff is providing an update at our next board meeting. So I just wanted to flag that to you because the idea of the State Water Board filing some sort of petition with DTSC on this matter is something that I have advised staff should come before the board for decision, not necessarily something that is decided in committee.
What's the proposal? CASA's proposal is that we would petition?
We are exploring whether or not a petition could be filed, because part of the petition is you would have to submit all the data necessary for DTSC to make some kind of a finding. And so I would say the matter is in very preliminary stage at this point. And additionally, with the engagement of the IZA and the RMA in this effort, I'm sure there will be more discussions to come.
Just to expand on that a little bit, the process is a petition. It's not, that is the process that DTSC set up for agencies to inform them of items that they would like them to consider in the green chemistry. So it's not like we're taking an extraordinary action by issuing a petition. But I don't disagree at all with Member Dodek that that the board ought to be making the decision on if we take that forward.
Or advise or provide input to the executive director in making that decision. This should not be a decision that is made by the implementation committee or by the storms program in isolation.
One upcoming thing. Next Friday, April 14th, is our annual meeting of the chairs of the regional water boards. And we're meeting in the Klamath Room starting at 9 a.m. on Friday, April 14th. Is that right? Yeah, and Michael's going to join us talking about something on that agenda. But also, in the spirit of more involvement in setting the agenda and doing presentations, a couple of the chairs are actually are responsible for a couple of the agenda items, one of which is the issue of statewide policies and permits, and the processes we use in engaging the regional water boards, and look at some what you might say hits and misses, from their perspective, and an open discussion about that. And that'll be after lunch, and of course you're all welcome to come. We'll just monitor the quorum issues. But
that's right. I'm coming.
Yeah.
You're going.
Yeah.
So they can't unless we know.
Well, no, but I can leave the room, and I don't have to be there the whole time.
All right.
So we can talk. We'll figure out and I'll share the agenda with you all. And we certainly, they'll love to have you there, so we'll work that all out. Next Friday.
Good. All right. I know we have closed session on a number of items, but we have to get food before people have brought their food, but there's also the cafe. So do people need a half hour, or they want a shorter amount of time to get their food? I'm also mindful that people might want to check their emails in the middle of a day. I can do 2:15, doesn't matter. I'm looking at everybody what they want. 2:20, split the difference? All right, 2:20.
And the only thing that I would ask is, so that we can get the right staff in the room, my suggestion would be to take up the first item on the closed session. The board will be meeting on both items, would be to take up the first item, which is the water fix closed session first, and we'll have those staff prepared to go at 2:20.
Okay.